Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, November 15th, 2022. We are in the JATC South Building and would like to welcome all of you who are here in person and also those of you that are joining us online. We have Board Member Robinson, Atwood, Richards, Miller, and Dunford with us. Board Member George is going to be late. We'll be here as soon as possible. I have not heard anything from Board Member Young yet. I'm assuming he is coming. We're also joined by our Superintendent, Dr. Godfrey, our Associate Superintendent, Dr. Anderson, Business Administrator, John Larson, and our Board Attorney, Paul Van Komen. And this is our study session, and we normally start with a review of ends policies at the beginning of our study session. We decided to put our discussion on the lease revenue bond first on the agenda, though, since we made Mr. Ward wait so long at our last meeting. We just decided to put him first at this meeting. So we're going to do that first, and then we will jump over to our ends policy discussion. So, Mr. Larson, we will turn the time to you.
Thank you. So this agenda item is here as a review of the documents that would be proposed for the board's formal approval at the next board meeting in regards to the lease revenue bonds. There's a resolution of authority to proceed with that would have to be adopted by both the Board of Education and the Jordan School District Municipal Building Authority. So next meeting, there would be 2 agenda items for this, and we'll be asking the board to approve theirs, and then take a motion to recess from the Board of Education and convene as the Municipal Building Authority. And then for the Municipal Building Authority Board of Directors, which happens to also be the Board of Education, to approve the Municipal Building Authority's version. We do have Ryan Bierke, who is the bond counsel, prepared all these documents. Huge thanks to him. He has always done a fantastic job. I really appreciate it. He could not be in physical attendance with us tonight, but if we have any questions, we can call him by the phone. He said he would be available. But we do have Jonathan Ward from Zions Public Finance, Inc. Is that still on there?
Technically,
okay.
yes.
Inc. With us to go over the documents and answer any questions that you have. Again, this is just in preparation for the formal approval next time. So, Mr. Ward, do you want to describe the parameters that are in these and the limitations they place upon the lease revenue bonds, please?
Yeah, and feel free to stop me if there are questions that you have. I'm a poor substitute for Ryan Bierke, who is the attorney who drafted all of this stuff, but I've read through them enough over the last 21 years, and I'm familiar with the structure, and the legal documents are usually very similar from transaction to transaction. So as John indicated, we have the Building Authority and the Board of Education that approve the same resolution if you choose to do so on the 29th of November. The resolutions authorize you to issue bonds up to and not to exceed the parameters that are outlined in the resolutions. Those parameters are found in section looks like 3 of the resolution, and you delegate authority to designated persons, board president, vice president, John as business administrator / secretary of the building authority, to finalize the terms and conditions within these parameters. To start out in Romanet 1 of section 3B says $45 million that the board of directors of the building authority wouldn't issue more than $45 million, that the interest rates or the term wouldn't exceed 21 years, and the interest rates for various measures wouldn't exceed 6% on the fixed rate basis, 15% on a variable rate basis, or 18% on a default basis. Each of those is triggered under certain circumstances. You wouldn't exceed a discount of 2%, meaning you would, if you need $100,000, you'd need, to get the project done, you wouldn't allow someone to buy the bonds for $98,000, 2% less. So that's what the discount is all about. We say in these parameters that the designated persons would be able to define whether these are bought in serial maturities or term bonds maturities. It will likely be, if we do a direct purchase, a term bond maturity, but that would be defined and allowed by the designated persons. The designated persons would also identify what the prepayment or redemption features look like on the bond issue, and how you sell the bonds is also going to be authorized by these resolutions, whether you use a competitive sale, a negotiated sale, or a direct purchase. From our previous discussion with the board, it's my understanding that direct purchase is the route that we would go. So those are the parameters that are outlined in both resolutions. The resolutions do call for a public hearing as well. Right now it's scheduled for the 24th of January, which would be the second meeting in January. I think that first meeting is reserved for other things. Inauguration of new elected officials, going through swearing in procedures, etc. So unless the board feels like it needs to or wants to hold that hearing on the 10th of January, we'll just schedule it for the 24th of January. That would be the last involvement of the board, and what we're contemplating on our calendar of events shows that we would be soliciting bids from direct purchasers, awarding the bids to those direct purchasers subject to the outcome of the hearing on the 24th, and preparing everything in anticipation of closing sometime after the hearing. That there is no legal requirement. There's no legal requirement saying that the hearing would change the board's mind, but politically, if you had great public interest and outcry, you might decide that you want to change your mind at that point. Normally, we don't see that happening. So the public hearing ends up being more of a technicality than anything. I think that generally summarizes the highlights of the resolution, or resolutions, John.
Thank you.
Any questions on that, on the resolutions or the other documents that you were sent?
So the November 29th at our next board meeting, what are we voting on?
Adopting the resolution.
There's a-
That resolution says we're authorizing the designated persons to go forward and issue bonds up to the parameters outlined.
So it's really authorizing the board president, the business administrator, / secretary for the building authority to proceed in doing the work of selling these bonds.
And then the January 24th hearing and vote is
There's
the
no
final.
vote.
No vote on the 24th. Okay.
Correct. Just a hearing, but the outcome of that hearing might lead to some other action at some point. And it wouldn't be noticed for action. It'd just be noticed as a hearing, so you'd hear the comments, and then if you decided you needed to take action at some other later date, you could. But we would want to have some pretty clear definitive direction that that was the plan, because we would otherwise be planning closing just a few days later.
So the ball starts to roll the moment we adopt the resolution, and if we take no action, it just rolls to fruition. But we could take action to stop it at that point.
After the hearing, correct.
So if you want it, the timeline is just a little different. Our next meeting is after the 29th on December 13th. We wouldn't be able to do a public hearing on that time because of the time frame of the public notice requirements. But if you wanted, we could do the public hearing on the 10th, following the swearing in of the new board members and then the board leadership elections. There could be a special business item for a public hearing at that point. That wouldn't be unheard of. It's just a little unusual. We could do it on the 24th instead. And again, the purpose of the public hearing is to hear if the public has any reasons for us not to finally seal the deal, if you will, on the issuance of the bonds. But we would envision going out to bid for the bonds and all those kind of things in advance, well in advance of that in January, so that we know exactly what's happening. So that public hearing happens, then we sign.
Okay, that helps. That's good clarification. Thank you. Are any questions? Talk to me. So you mentioned fixed rate and variable rates. The market is pretty uncertain right now. Lots of volatility and changes. What does that do to our lease revenue bond?
Well, usually the benefit of using variable rate financing is to take advantage of shorter term interest rates. It isn't anticipated that we would use variable rate transactions, but where it makes financial sense, sometimes that would be advantageous. I say that because the difference between fixed rates and variable rates is an allocation of risk. Who bears it? Do we as a borrower bear the risk that interest rates go up and down? If we do, and we're comfortable bearing that risk, we're comfortable with variable rate financing. Most governments don't do that here in Utah because it's simpler to budget off of a fixed rate payment schedule. And so as they do so, they choose to finance using a fixed rate financing. So the coupon and the parameters resolution for fixed rate financing is 6%. That's the highest potential coupon that a bond buyer might be able to charge on a fixed rate transaction. And usually for municipal bonds, that's the very last maturity that bears the highest coupon. Whereas earlier maturities or earlier payment dates in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would bear lower coupons. So the idea between fixed rates is that the investor chooses to accept the risk that interest rates are going to go up or they're going to go down. There's going to be variability. When they choose to do so, they charge us to do so. So longer term investments bear higher interest rates. And that's why, for instance, a 20-year term might have a 6% interest rate, but a 1-year term in normal interest rate environments would have a 1% interest rate. That's because the investor bears the risk that interest rates will move over time. So I throw this in here and suggested to Ryan Bierke, let's include it in here, because when we solicit bids, if we solicit bids and the board chooses to move forward on the 29th of November, we might get transactions or opportunities from investors that say, well, we'll fix the rates for 10 years, but the last 5 years or so of the transaction will be subject to variability. And as such, they'll charge a lower interest rate for the last, say, 5 years of the bond term. And that could work to our advantage. It could work to our advantage because we're paying less interest cost for the first 10 years until that variable rate changes. In that 10-year period, we may, I don't know this, but we may be able to refinance again. And so when I'm thinking about the parameters, and I'm thinking about what are the things we need to anticipate today in these resolutions, and what might we be dealing with in a month from now when we actually bid, if we bid. I'm trying to cover all the possibilities. And so it might be advantageous to choose a variable rate financing because it might be a little less expensive. It might not be as variable as we think. And if we refinance or prepay it at some point in the next 10 years or so, or 2 years, we're not bearing the cost of a higher fixed rate for no reason. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and all those options are available to us.
Yep, they are. They wouldn't be approved, obviously, until or if designated persons say that's a good idea or a bad idea. And I don't envision that we're going to be using variable rate financing. I don't think that that's, it's not what we're asking for. We're asking for investors to give us a fixed rate solution. But in the event they decided, I can't give you a fixed rate, but I want to do a variable, would you look at it? Then we have the option to consider it.
And there's no penalties if we refinance or pay off early down the road.
Correct. That would be up to investors to decide, but that would be part of our analysis as well. If they give us a variable rate, we'd want to protect ourselves from any undue rise in interest rates by having the prepayment flexibility that would allow us to get out of it when we wanted to. Yeah.
Mr. Larson?
So part of the parameters resolution and authorizing resolution is to allow us to make that decision. So to work with the bidders and try to get the best possible deal without coming back and forth constantly to the board and saying, well, what about this? And so it's saying, if you're within these ranges, we're good. Just get us the best possible deal and come back to us later for the, not for approval, because that's already happened, but for the public hearing.
Hey, any other questions? All right, anything else you need from us, Mr. Larson?
I don't think so. I think if you have any questions between now and the 29th, please ask them. And to our 2 new board members, likewise, if you have questions on this, let us know. We're happy to work with you or anyone to understand these and make sure we're doing things the way you want us to.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, Mr. Ward.
Welcome. My pleasure.
I was so excited to talk about leased revenue bonds that I neglected to mention the recent election that we just had in our district. We'd like to welcome Mr. Brian Barnett is our board member elect. This won't be official until January 10th, but our board member elect, and Lisa Dean, also board member elect. Welcome. And Mr. Barnett, if you'd like to join us at the table, you're welcome to do so.
We should acknowledge that board member Miller has won re-election as well.
You will not, like I say, will not be official until January 10th, not be able to vote on anything until then, but love to have you
But they can
join
in
us
the
as we just,
conversation,
yes,
right?
you may join the conversation. Welcome. Okay, now we will go over to our ends policies. Just to start out with, we all got access to the book Redefining Student Success, and we will have our new board members will get you access to that book. Also, I put together a reading schedule for it. I want to just have a brief discussion about what we've read at the beginning of our ends policies discussions for the next 3 months. So there's just a January, section 1, January, section 2, February, section 3, March. And that is attached to board docs.
If either one of the new, I have an extra copy, hard copy. if
Okay.
you're interested.
Okay. You can get a hard copy or Kindle version, whichever you prefer. Okay, so just take note of that reading schedule, and we'll do a little book discussion at our first meeting in January. So our first ends policy that we started talking about is our mission statement, and we've decided as a board to pursue a process where we develop a portrait of a graduate. And potentially that will replace our mission statement, or we might, somehow merge those two together. But we wanted to go through the Portrait of Graduate process first with that. And we went over that in quite a bit of detail at our last board meeting. And we have Miss Carolyn Goff here also to kind of give us an update and some potential ideas on how to move forward with that. Dr. Godfrey, do you have anything first on that?
No, except to say that Ms. Goff has continued to do a lot of work behind the scenes to help move us forward, and she has some ideas to discuss with the board and get your direction. So I'll let her take it from here.
Thank you. My assignment, and this actually is part of an ongoing presentation that we started. I realize it's probably not in your most recent board docs, but it's the same continuation of the slideshow from others. So you do have access to this, and I'm happy to share it again. The last time we met, you had asked for more specific details on what focus groups would look like for Portrait of a Graduate and when that might start. And it was in the process of working through kind of trying to get an idea of how many focus groups, who would they be, pulling information out of the texts that we're all reading, utilizing information from others, that I listed several of the people who we would want in a focus group. And I begin playing with when would that make the most sense, given that the holidays are upon us. And with the holidays, that would probably be pretty difficult to have a lot of people be interested in coming away and doing some things for focus groups. So I put a time frame of, beginning in January with internal and external focus groups. We'd already talked before about Tammy Piper being a facilitator of those groups and potentially coming together at a central school location to do that. One of the pieces that came up in the book and in other people's experiences was not only focus groups, but perhaps even a survey of some type that would be a distribution to reach those that may want to give additional feedback. And so, not knowing exactly what that could look like, there's still a lot of questions. And quite frankly, it got to a point where I was like, I don't really know what this is supposed to look like. So I decided to contact some of the organizations that have been there, done that. One of which was USBE, a couple other districts, just trying to get some more information to come back to you with a more concrete timeline. And by so doing, I learned that a lot of our friends who have done this process have used outside organizations to help, some consultants to help with this work. And so, based on a comment that Mrs. Miller made in our last meeting, would you use outside help? I thought, I wonder if that's even something that could be considered. So I asked the superintendent, is that something I could explore, just to kind of get a look at? And I got the names of several of the organizations that had been useful to the USBE and to Canyons and to some of the others that have kind of been working on this. And so with that information, I started some conversations with some consulting groups and the way that they've worked and helped with Portrait of a Graduate and with other things that districts have needed and wanted. And so hopefully this is okay, but I'd like to share with you some of the things that I found. Some of the benefits of having an outside educational consulting group help us with this work is that they're objective. You know, they can see things that we can't see. They've been there with a lot of different districts and helped them with this lift. And they can provide a template of survey questions. They can train a facilitator. They can be as involved as we want them to, or not. They can just give suggestions. So they can train a facilitator, or they could actually facilitate focus groups if we wanted them to do that. They can provide assistance with trend analysis, articulation documents for Portrait of a Graduate characteristics. I was very impressed that several groups had on their staff graphic designers to be able to produce a unique product, which is something that a lot of people are using to come up with these diagrams, with these parts and pieces. And we would have probably had to look for somebody to help us with that, maybe internally or even externally for that process. I think it helps to keep moving a project forward, to kind of keep us on track. The costs were kind of very broad because, again, the lowest cost would be somebody just giving us a blueprint and telling us what to do and having us go do it. Whereas if we wanted somebody to be right there alongside us, walking us through the process, it could go up quite a bit from there. And so that's why you see such a range on the screen. It would depend on what we wanted them to do. One of the interesting conversations that came up during my investigation of different organizations and their work was, they said, how much do you want to do just Portrait of a Graduate, or would you like to have more help with a strategic plan? And I said, that's an interesting idea. Tell me more about what your work involves with people in strategic plans. And so a lot of them gave some good information. I know there's a lot to look at on this slide, but I'll just highlight a couple of key words. They talked about the fact that a strategic plan is really a way that an organization kind of hones in on their intended direction. They prioritize. That's how they allocate resources. They align stakeholders. They ensure that their goals are backed by some sound reasoning. I think the second bullet is probably one that spoke to me the most, is just a single forward-focused vision. And because your district knows exactly what they're trying to do in a period of time, your principals, there's a trickle-down effect, so that the principals also get an idea of, oh, this is where we're headed. So I will align my processes, my programs, my initiatives with that. It also helps to say what not to do. You know, if we're going in this particular direction, or this is a priority, I think it helps and it gives permission to organizations within the bigger organization to say, we don't have time for that right now. That's important, but it's not our priority. And that can be very useful. It helps us to combat our own cognitive biases and helps us to see kind of things that we may be missing. And of course, it can track progress towards goals. To be more specific, I said, let me see some examples of what you're talking about in terms of strategic planning. And I was able to get a few documents that said, here's some of the elements that were outlined as a strategic plan. It contains the mission, the vision, the values, things that we already have as a district, but that we are already working on, as I've heard you talk about in many of these meetings. It helps us prioritize for the next 3 to 5 years, so it's time-bound. It gives us a specific time to work on things that are our priorities. It talks about what success looks like, that these are goals for each priority, and then how we get to the success, the strategies that help us achieve our goals. And along with that, it talks about the approach we took to get to the plan. Who did we involve in the community? How did we come to these priorities in the first place? And so, with that, I talked about, well, tell me how profile of a graduate, they called it profile of a learner, profile of a graduate, portrait of a graduate, lots of different terms and terminology there. But I said, tell me, how does that fit into a strategic plan? I mean, here we started working on Portrait of a Graduate. Is that something we should set aside and go with a strategic plan, or which comes first? How does that work? And a lot of them said you could do it either way, but your why is your mission. It's why you exist. It's what you get up in the morning every day to do. And I just happened to list our district's mission statement here. It's why we exist, for students and to help them to prosper in the ways that are listed. The what then, like what is it that we're all about? What are we trying to accomplish? That could actually become Portrait of a Graduate. We want our kids to be successful, to exhibit the skills and dispositions of this journey of a graduate, Portrait of a Graduate, profile of a learner, whatever you want to call it. That's ultimately what we want to clearly communicate that we want our students to learn, to know, and to do. And then I just put in, these are the characteristics we want them to continue to demonstrate after they graduate. And the how is our priorities, our goals, and strategies to accomplish the mission and the vision. I think probably better than me explaining it is just to show you. And if you don't mind, I just will show you a couple of examples. All of these, and the reason I think it also speaks well to outside organizations, these are all plans and processes that have been helped by the consulting agencies that I talk to. And so as I share some of these, I'll kind of illustrate what they have that I was mentioning, the elements in the other slide. In this particular Belton School District, they've listed their process. That's the approach. So they talked about how we got there. This is how we came up with our strategic plan. Theirs has this, they've listed who their planning team it was and kind of how they did it. And then everything you see in red is apparently a really important color for them because they talked about Big Red as part of their community. But anything that you see in red, that's one of their priorities. So engaging all voices is a priority. And then they've listed on the side their strategies for accomplishing it. So each new page has strategies and a priority. Each and every, and they talk about ensuring exceptional learning experiences for each and every student, and then they've got their strategies there. On another page, world-class employee with their strategies for how they're going to do that. Their social and emotional support, and then they've got their strategies and their future forward facilities, again with strategies. So you can see that the red outlines what are our priorities that we're working toward for the next 3 to 5 years. Now that doesn't mean that you couldn't be beyond, but every 3 to 5, that's when you're kind of re-looking at your strategic plan because it's a roadmap for getting there. And then they've got what comes next. This particular district decided to do Portrait of a Graduate in addition to that, but it wasn't as clearly connected to their strategic plan. So they have their portrait, they call it Journey of a Graduate. They have it listed with their competencies, even into their I can statements for how they want students to accomplish these. This is what it looks like for students to be able to say that they have met these competencies. I mentioned that Canyons, just our neighbors, in fact, this isn't even on their website yet because it's not been published, but the organizational company I was talking to has recently helped them with a strategic plan. And so this, again, is about their approach. They've listed their approach, what they did to get to this plan. They have their core values, their mission, why they exist, along with their vision, what they want to have happen for students. And then they've got 4 key priority or focus areas. They have been calling their focus areas. Whether you call them priorities or pillars or focus areas or targets, the idea is the same, that these are our priorities for the next 3 to 5 years. And then each page it takes one of those priorities and it outlines the strategic initiatives. They've got their success criteria. Again, what does this look like if we accomplish it? And it continues with each of the new priorities there. How we're going to get there, what does success look like? So that's their particular document for a strategic plan. One thing that's interesting about theirs, I noticed, was that they embedded Portrait of a Graduate into their high quality initiative. So they have a strategic plan that is going to make use of Portrait of a Graduate as part of one of their priorities. So it says graduates will demonstrate mastery, autonomy, and purpose as set forth in Utah Portrait of a Graduate. So they're probably they've already built their strategic plan and will be in the process of building Portrait of a Graduate as an outflow of their strategic plan. This one is probably my favorite to this point. This was, again, one that, some of these educational consultants helped with. I like that it has the dates on it. It's really clear about what they're, who they are at first and when their strategic plan is taking place. They've got a very clear list of these 5 priorities that they have outlined. I think they were very strategic in their wording. You'll notice they use the word invest in every one of them. Invest, invest, invest in people, invest in future, invest in efficiencies. Positive language that speaks to those 5 priorities. Got a comment from the board president, and then the superintendent's message explaining once again the approach. How did we get here? Why was this something that we're doing? They have their mission. That's our why we exist, along with the values, and their vision is their journey of a graduate. So they're calling it Journey of a Graduate. And notice it's just a little different than what others have done, whereas this one is actually their vision for their students, and then they've outlined their particular competencies that they're interested in for their students. But each page contains one priority where they're going to give a statement about what they think about that priority, and then along with their measures of success and their strategies for accomplishing it. And so each page contains a different priority, pillar, whatever you want to call it, target, with a measure of success along with the strategies. I think they've made a good use of pictures from their own district. So again, the graphics kind of speak to who they are, and it's clear. And by looking at this, that for the next several years, this is what their district is absolutely keyed in and focused on. I looked at many other districts across the United States, and lots of them in their process of revamping their strategic plans. So they've already had an old strategic plan that was from 2017 to 22, and now it's the next 5 years. So they've updated it. They've taken the same ideas and they've just tweaked them as they go to meet the next things. Their priorities didn't necessarily change, but the way that they accomplish those, their measures, their specific goals were tweaked over time. So the strategic plan has changed just slightly as they move forward. Again, here's another one that has their items. There's 5 items here. You can hardly see them. They're kind of small. I think some of them have a better graphic layout, but the idea is these are targets or focus areas that are their priorities. Multiple districts, this is our state. USBE has a strategic plan. But others, throughout our state, I'm looking for, anyway, they just have lots of different plans that exist. So our ENDS policies that you have made reference to many times are very similar to what we would consider priorities. Whether you call them ENDS plans, mostly I've heard targets, focus areas, pillars. ENDS policies could potentially, it's still the same concept. These are acting as our priorities. And if you go into any one of them, you can see that there's a lineup of things in here that could be like our measures as well as our strategies. So it's not like we don't already have some of this. We do. But at the very least, as we've talked about it in this meeting, I thought at least it would be useful to see what others are doing with their actual policies or with their plans, turning it more into an updated strategic plan that has some time-bound factors to it, and maybe some updated graphics that also were able to speak to what our district truly values. One question I think that we ask too as part of this process is, are our priorities, have we had the community's voice, like with focus groups, towards these priorities that we value? And that would also be part of building both Portrait of a Graduate and a strategic plan at the same time. So we could use an outside organization who could help lead us through those focus groups talking about both strategic planning and Portrait of a Graduate, getting the feedback that perhaps might help us with any updating of the ends policies, if that's something that you would be interested in. Ultimately, it kind of leads us to two options, if you will, just in terms of we have all kinds of options, but do you start with Portrait of a Graduate? Because that's what we've been talking about. That's what I keep bringing to you. But suddenly I have a new thought. There's a new idea with a strategic plan. Do you start with Portrait of a Graduate, create that, and then base your strategic plan, your goals for the next 3 to 5 years, your priorities off of the profile of a graduate? Or it still would kind of still seek outside assistance from a consulting organization. You could still do all of the same focus groups, the community feedback, ready for adoption, and then you kind of work towards the next piece. Or you could start with the strategic plan and then add the Portrait of a Graduate. Okay, a strategic plan and adding portrait is much like the Canyons example that I showed you. This first option is much like the Warren Township that I showed you. Warren Township started with Profile of a Graduate as their vision for what they wanted to have students do. That's what we want. How do we build a plan, a strategic plan, around what we really want for students? So that was the example of Warren, that was the example of Canyons. Either way is fine. It does two things at once. So I asked some of the organizers, the organizations, does it take longer? Well, yes, it can take longer because it's two things as opposed to one. But I also said, which comes first? And they said, it could go either direction depending on what you choose, what you want. But they would still start in the same place with collecting community feedback, because that will help to build what is it that people want. It's a really bold and yet powerful question. What is it you want for your students after they graduate and upon graduation? What do you want them to take away from this experience? And knowing that and letting that kind of inform our decision could inform both Portrait of a Graduate and a strategic plan. Strategic plan is more time-bound and it gets revamped as we go, but still has all the same parts and pieces, mission, vision, values. Portrait of a Graduate would be more ongoing. And so you have what we envision for students upon graduation, but they could both work together. And so ultimately, I think the next steps are, first of all, to let the board determine interest in whether or not you would like to use an outside consulting organization. That's still totally an option. And the only reason I proposed it is simply because I just needed some additional suggestions and direction. But again, it could be a small investment or a larger investment. In order to know what to do, if we decided to do that, we would follow our district's purchasing procedures, which, after having talked to purchasing, we could do an RFP, and that would move us forward in deciding if we wanted to use, an outside consultation. We don't even have to agree to it, even after we do an RFP. But at least it gets us a little bit better indication of what we're interested in and who we're interested in if we choose to do that. Then a steering committee from the district could meet with that organization to establish a more secure understanding, a timeline of when to especially keep going with those community groups. And then the deliverables. What would we bring back to the board? How would we continue to work with those things? And essentially, eventually leading back and forth to the dialogue that we've been having. I don't think that, as I talked to purchasing, the RFP process could be completed by December if we were to do that, which would mean that, as you were just talking about board meetings, it's possible if you decide to do this, again, it's totally your decision, but if you decide to do this, we could bring back our findings in a study session in January and potentially vote on whether or not you wanted to agree to that bid by the 24th, if that's something you're interested in. So please let me know what your thoughts are. I'd be happy to take next steps, or we can back away from this process and continue to to work on it on our own too.
I like the flexibility of what you've presented. At this point, do you have a recommendation, especially from, your colleagues and those you've talked with?
The people that I have had a chance to talk with, they like the strategic plan option with Portrait of a Graduate. And really, we can do this work. We absolutely could. I think it just boils down to the time frame and how long it will take us versus how long it might take somebody else helping us in the process. We definitely can do it. I like to have somebody potentially holding our hand through the process, but at the same time, that's funding. So I understand it both ways.
If I may, we've talked about ESSER funding as possibly being a source for this. We think it aligns with plan and would be an appropriate way based on the plan that we submitted to spend those funds. But I just wanted to mention that potential source. But as Ms. Goff said, we're very open to doing it internally, hiring an outside group to help to some degree, and I don't think we'd know to what degree until we worked more specifically with individual companies.
I like the idea of exploring an outside company to help. I will just say this board and district is one that likes to have some good suggestions, but doesn't want to be told what to do every step of the way. We're pretty, what's the word for us?
Engaged.
Yes.
Bullheaded.
We don't need someone to tell us what to do. So I would expect us to be more on the having some help, but not a lot of help. Is that an accurate assessment of us?
And I was going to say the opposite then let's just do it ourselves, and if we think we need to go out and get some help, then we can at that point. But I kind of think that we have the capability. I'm afraid that it doesn't become Jordan's Portrait of Graduate, becomes the firm's Portrait of Graduate. So, I mean, if there's things we need help with, then let's go out and get it, but I'd rather have it be internally for me, but I'm supportive either way.
I like the fact that there are professionals out there who do this, all the time. And I feel like it wouldn't be their program, but it would be kind of a direction for us to have them kind of walk the path with us, but it would become ours. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm kind of a middle of the roader as far as funds. I don't like that upper end too well, but I think we need to invest more than the lower end as well. So those are my thoughts.
Have the objective perspective from a consultant that could help walk through. I do think that we do have an engaged district and an engaged board, but I do see the value in the fact that they have done this before, and they can also tell us what didn't work before. What have they seen be done in other districts that just didn't work? I don't think that they would guide us in a way that was unsuccessful.
The area where I really value the objectivity of an outside source is when we're soliciting feedback from different focus groups. I think it's really important that we don't come in with preconceived notions and taint those experiences for other people. We want their complete perspective in those groups. So that's where I really see a lot of value. But when I hear things like having them do the graphic design, I'm like, oh, we have so much talent in our district, and I want that to be ours. I want our signature all over it. And so I think I'm kind of a middle of the roader. I think we should have them involved in aspects, but I don't know that we need someone to walk with us every step.
And then the piece that I'm really kind of grappling with is the strategic plan. And part of it, because we have one, it's our ends policies have been our strategic plan for the past however many years. And they need updating. And I don't know, do they just need minor tweak updating? Or if we go through a portrait of graduate process and completely change our vision and focus, are they going to need major updating? Or does the portrait of a graduate just complement them and they need minor updating? That's the part that I'm not sure. And even between option 1 and option 2, I'm not sure yet.
I'm sorry, I'm completely late to the party.
I'd like to welcome Mr. Young and Ms. George, who have joined us now.
I'm curious, what is the definition of a strategic plan? Because and how do you see that our ends policies is our strategic plan or was our strategic plan? Because I'm not sure I see those two as being one and the same, unless there was a definition of strategic plan presented that essentially identified our ends as that.
Would you like to answer
for
that? Thank you.
Yeah. I'll go back to this slide. The ends policies are, I think, are loosely what this is. What the ends policies have done is prioritize to a certain degree what key ideas are for the district, what are important focus areas. One of the big differences between the ends policies and a strategic plan is that a strategic plan has very specific priorities for 3 to 5 years, and it has strategies that get us there. And so it speaks more specifically to what we're doing in a period of time with our priorities and the measures that we will use to determine whether or not they're effective.
I mean, I guess I'm looking at bullet points 1 through 3, and I think our ends policies do 1 through 3, but 4 and 5, I don't think our ends policies even begin to approach that. And frankly, I thought 4 and 5, that's kind of where the superintendent steps in and really starts leading the charge. Is that? And so I think there could be some value to exploring more of what that strategic plan is.
You recall just from some of the samples that I showed you, a lot of them just said, this is what it is for this period of time, and then we'll reflect on that. Again, using the community to say, how are we doing? Have we met those goals? Do we need to revamp those parts and pieces? A lot of the priorities can those things aren't so small that they're not. I mean, they're going to stay. They have some elements of being continual, but you might want to adjust how we're doing it or what exactly we're doing and how we're measuring it. Those things allow us the leeway to say after 5 years, we need some tweaking right here to this. It allows us to get community voice continually to see, are we on the right track? Is this where we want to go? But to your point, ends policies that we've already created, I think it's tweaking, not necessarily revamping, but you probably would like to have the voice of the community to say, like, are we still in line with what our community is thinking?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Here on the agenda, it says discuss a process for developing a Jordan Portrait of a Graduate for identifying the ideal characteristics of a graduate after going through the Jordan K-12 education system. I guess my question is, do we not have something like that already? I mean, it seems like we would have. Are we trying to create that? Or do we not have an idea of what we want our students to?
So we currently have our ends policies, and that has our mission statement, and then we have 4 different focuses. It's our priorities that a lot of these examples that we were looking at for strategic plans, they had their priorities, and we've got our 4 areas of priorities and what we measure for success in each of those areas. So we've got that. That was developed, someone remind me how many years ago?
Within 6.
Yeah. But the Portrait of a Graduate process goes further with that, because it is looking at, not just student achievement, because student achievement is one of our ends policies. And we've got, here's what we're looking for in our school district system. A Portrait of a Graduate really goes a lot deeper into defining what are we looking for as a community in a graduate. So yes, we have it, but this strategic plan and Portrait of a Graduate process will take it a lot deeper than what we've got.
Well, talking about what it takes to be a student in the 21st century. So these were created with a whole different mindset than what students need today. So really an updating of, what's the skill set that they need to be productive in finding jobs and things like that as they leave our schools today, rather than when these were created a decade ago.
It seemed like some of the focus was on just making it really pretty. Gathering all that information. Some of it we already have, and some of it needs to be updated. But then putting a pretty wrapper around it. Maybe I'm oversimplifying. I'm sure I am, but that's just what I've
and that's one thing I want to make sure. This is not just a picture to put on the wall. This is something that we want our community to understand, and we want it to permeate all aspects of our district.
It's a working model. And I hope it's something that will guide discussions in this room, that we will consistently refer back to how does this decision relate to these goals that we have for our students.
Well, and I think that this also, like Ms. Miller said, it really involves the community, involves the parents much more. When we did the ends policies, I don't remember us really diving into having those discussions with parents. Would you disagree?
We did the what
That's
counts
right.
meetings.
I was a parent that
We
came.
were very thorough in that process. That was a long part of it before we even started forming
Right.
them.
So I've got 3 things that we need to give some direction on. We've decided that we wanted to move forward with Portrait of a Graduate. Do we want to also move forward with a strategic plan? The second question is, do we do Portrait of a Graduate and then strategic plan, or do we do strategic plan and then Portrait of a Graduate, or some other combination? And then do we go out for bid for a consultant? Right? Those are the 3 things. Okay, where do you want to start? Strategic plan?
I would reverse that.
Okay, which one makes more sense to start with?
I would start with a Portrait of a Graduate. I think that knowing what we value, then going into a plan to how to implement those values makes more sense to me.
And I meant which one do you want to discuss first, but
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant which one should we start with? I apologize.
but that's the option 1 or option 2. Strategic plan first or Portrait of a Graduate first.
And I really liked the model that Ms. Goff presented, where the Portrait of the Graduate was embedded in the strategic plan. I liked that idea, that it was all
You'd have to
encompassing
create that first then, probably.
in order to embed it in something else.
I would support.
Grade the Portrait of a Graduate first.
See, that's where I'm at. Is this district is a business that produces a product. And I'm aware that's a human element, but allow the analogy. We are a business that produces a product. I need to know if that product is still needed and wanted and effective. That's the question I need to answer is, are we tooling today's students with yesterday's tools? And if not, then we need to retool. If today's students are more than adequate to meet the need, then let's just get better at what we're doing. And so for me, the big question I'm trying to answer is, are we producing a product that is still needed? A brilliant Harvard professor was once hired by McDonald's to sell more milkshakes. And the way he approached it, I think, was absolutely brilliant. He asked the question, what is the job for which you are hiring a milkshake? What is the milkshake doing? What are you hiring it to do? And I've thought, what are the jobs that people are hiring our graduates to do? And are they tooled to do them? That is the question I am trying to answer. So it sounds to me like I want to answer the portrait of the graduate first. I think we have a really good strategic plan, but if what we're doing is producing a product that is no longer as hireable as it used to be, then I am interested in providing the tools necessary to improve that product. That's where I stand. So that's the question I'm trying to answer.
Okay, so it sounds like most people would say do portrait of a graduate first. And is a strategic plan, is that something, I mean, back to that slide we were looking at, is that something that, well, never mind, I know the answer to that question. Okay, what are your thoughts on using a consultant? We have a yes.
Very big yes, because I don't know what I don't know.
I'd want to see cost.
Yeah, I guess the question is, should we go out for an RFP? We won't decide that till it comes back, but do you want to go out for an RFP?
Go out for an RFP and interested parties come to us. Will they come with a proposal of how they would like to participate with us in this process? That's what I really need to hear, is
how much
more
will they be
details.
involved?
What do you want to do? What are your ideas? And how do we benefit from that?
There are a couple of ways we could approach that. We could come back to the board with what our RFP would look like and say, this is what we're asking vendors to bring to us. Does this outline what you would be looking for or the type of help you would want from a vendor before we even send it out to them, so that we're sure we're asking the right questions of them? Or we could work on that, get feedback from vendors, and then come back to you with that and say, this is what we put out to vendors, this is what we got back, is this something you're interested in? In all likelihood, we would, I mean, I'm just taking a stab here, but I think we would ask them probably for a couple of different price points. What would it cost to be involved at this level, and what if we were involved at that level? What if you helped us in this way, and what if you helped us more extensively? What would each option cost? But we can bring the RFP to you before we send it out to vendors if you'd like input on the questions that we're asking.
Can I add to that too? Do you mind? What you just described could be, because there are so many options, to go through the RFP process, they would be able to share with us, here's a price point, here's a price point, here's a price point, so that we could potentially present that, and then you could decide if any of those agree with what your thought of flexibility is or not. So the questions that go out, we could share with you. We could also, the questions though are primarily what you're seeing here, just like how can you help us? And then they would get back to us with the information. So it's just a thought, but because I had asked them that, so.
I'd be okay going down that route, and also with a recommendation of what level you want and why would be really good.
So go out to vendors, get information from them, and then come back with a recommendation and discuss what they have to offer.
Price level and why the price level would be beneficial to us. I'd be okay with that.
I think we need to couple that also, though, with the needs of Ms. Goff's department, what they feel they might need, and, you know, maybe have different interaction levels that you could bring to us.
So is the idea for the consultant a matter of internal bandwidth, or they're bringing a special knowledge base that we don't possess within our district?
I think it's both. I think that it helps because they've been through the process. I think they've seen more of a range of what it looks like. It's not a process we've been through. So there's a level of expertise that we don't have. Now we can get the expertise. We can read up, as we've already done. We can talk with other districts about what they've done. So I think we could do it. And the bandwidth question, it just means that there isn't anyone that's looking to see what else they can do with their time. Everyone has a full schedule. But what we have to do is then say, okay, we're going to put these things on hold that you've been working on so that you can spend time on this process. I think the other thing is that it's just an outside perspective that maybe it's adding to whatever expertise we have. Because we have very skilled people, we have people who will find time to make this work, but it brings in a fresh perspective that maybe asks some questions that we might not ask of ourselves.
So, don't know if we have clear direction. Is everyone in favor of moving forward with an RFP? And then clarify what our involvement should be in that process between now and when a bid comes back in January. Dr. Godfrey, what's your recommendation there? You presented a couple different scenarios, right?
I'm comfortable either way. Either the board can look at what we are sending out to vendors before we do so, to be sure that we're asking for what you're interested in getting more information about, or we just move forward and we bring those bids back to you. I'm comfortable with either. It just depends on how involved you want to be at what stage. Normally, the board has not been involved in developing an RFP, but this is an RFP for a process the board will be very closely involved in. So it may warrant it makes sense to me to have the board look at the RFP in advance, I think, just to be sure we're asking for the right things.
I think too, you develop it, but then have the board look at it before it goes out and see if we have any additional changes to it or suggestions for it.
Okay.
Is that how, would everyone else agree with that process?
I'm fine with that.
I think it'll bring a better result when we send it out to vendors. We'll make sure that we're hitting the mark. That way we don't put vendors to work and then find out, we really should have asked this on behalf of the board. So we'll give you plenty of time to review that before we discuss it in a board meeting.
Okay, great. What else do you need from us?
I think that's the most significant, so we can, work on those timelines and dates and, all of the other things as far as what comes first or second really will depend on if you use a consultant. So we can kind of go from there.
And of course, even if the RFP goes out, we get information back from vendors and it doesn't hit the mark, then we can go a different route. It doesn't bind us.
Okay, great, thank you. Does anyone have any other questions about this process? Okay, thank you. Before we move on to our next agenda item, just to recap, at our last meeting, we looked at our student achievement ends policy and started getting some ideas about what was in there. I would, you don't have to answer this now, but just contemplate, and we can kind of see where this process takes us, but do we want to keep going through our ends policies now, or do we wait and start this other process first? So ponder that. We didn't bring another one to the agenda this time around. Okay, we will now go to our next agenda item, which is our comprehensive guidance report. I would like to welcome Ms. Worthen, who is our secondary counseling consultant, here to the table with us.
Thanks for allowing me to come every year and present to you about the school counselors in Jordan School District. I'm excited to show you some of the statistics we have for you this year from quarter 1. So elementary is the first that I'd like to talk to you about. You can see here, we did not have elementary school counselors until last academic school year. We had 4. This is the first year that we've been able to actually gather data for you with our 14 now elementary counselors that we were able to hire. And you can see for quarter 1, we were able to visit with students 8,768 times. So that's actually really exciting. You can see here, this is how those meetings were broken down. 5% of that time was in academic and career advising, talking to them about what they want to be when they grow up, talking about possible careers, just starting those discussions. 13% of their time was stakeholder consultation. That's time spent with teachers or assistant principals or school psychs or school social workers and talking about the needs of those students. 5% of that time was spent with parent contact. And then 77% of the time was school-based mental health meetings. So you can see that was a very high need and that our elementary school counselors are meeting that need. So it's really exciting data for you guys to see.
What does that look like, a mental health issue at an elementary school?
Sure, that's a good question. That could be anything from going into classrooms and doing bullying prevention lessons to students who come down specifically with individual issues like anxiety, grief, and having an individual counseling meeting or running groups. So let's say that we had a student death in an elementary school, putting together grief groups for those students. So it's a wide range, depending on the school and depending on the student needs.
And how are parents involved in that process?
So parents would be involved by, first we would send home a FERPA. So let's say that we have a student death at an elementary school. What we would do is we would work with teachers to see who specifically is really struggling with those needs. Then what we would do is we would reach out individually with a personal contact to every parent and say, we would like for your child to participate in this grief group. It will meet 6 to 8 weeks, depending on how well the students do. Would you like your child to participate? These are some of the topics that we would cover and helping them cope with the grief that they're experiencing. And if the parents say that yes, they would like for them to participate, they would sign their FERPA and get permission to participate. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions on? These are good questions. Thank you. All right, secondary schools. You can see after my first meeting with you and this board asking for data, I was able to start that process of collecting data. So now we have some really good trends that we can look at in the secondary schools. You can see that we are trending upward in our school visits with students, or student visits. This year for Q1, we are up from last year. Our counselors were able to meet with 43,734 students. Now, what this doesn't show is it the same student, 5 times, right? But they were able to at least meet with a student. It could have been the same student, but 43,734 times. And that's up from 40,413 last year.
Were there more counselors
There are more.
those years?
Yes, we've been adding counselors each of those years. Right now we have 99 secondary counselors, middle school and high school total.
Would that account for the increase?
I
The
think
fact that there's more counselors available? Or
that's a
not?
good question. I think that it is part of it, but also we are asking our counselors to meet with students more often as well. So I think it's a combination of both. Okay. Now you can see in the secondaries, 2% of their time is spent in next step planning. What that means is FAFSA, helping students fill out college applications, college application weeks, those types of things. 4% of that time was in stakeholder consultation. 11% of that time is parent contacts. 15% is PCCRs. And then 26% of their time is spent in school-based mental health, and 42% of their time in the secondaries is academic and career advising. So it's kind of different from what we're seeing in the elementary.
Do either the elementary or the secondary distributions surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me because in the elementaries, that's kind of what we wanted them to do, is focus on prevention and dealing with the mental health aspect of the students. Whereas in the secondaries, you are going to see academic advising because you really are talking about all of these academic and career opportunities that we in Jordan School District provide. For example, JTC South has these particular programs. Are you interested in that? So we can do some academic advising that way. I was a little bit surprised. I thought that there would be a little bit more mental health focus at the secondary level, but based on all of our conversations with the counselors, students are starting to settle back into school and their anxiety levels are starting to drop a little bit. So that's good news. We've been putting a lot of tiered supports and approaches into the secondary levels, and those are working.
Remind me, are there additional mental health supports at the secondary levels that are not available at the elementary? Would that be one of the reasons? And did I just repeat what you just stated in a question?
I mean, a little bit, but
Okay.
yes, there are additional supports in the secondaries. We do have social workers that are assigned to every single middle school and high school, and our ratios are lower in the secondaries as well. So
talk to me about the 2% next step planning. I know a lot of comments that I get from parents is that their student didn't get enough help in, guiding them for scholarships and for the next step type things. Is 2% enough? That's my question.
that's a good question, and I would say no, it's probably not enough. But also, it's really challenging to actually come up with the correct data points because we do a lot of FAFSA nights where we actually have USHE come in, and they're the ones that are providing that next step planning if parents take advantage of it. And we don't document that for data points. And so we are working really hard to provide those opportunities for parents and students. We have a lot of universities that will come in the evenings and help with college applications specific to their schools. But once again, are we as parents taking advantage of that? it's hard to say. We don't have the data points for that specific. But those are good questions.
Is there a gray area between next step planning and academic and career advising where the counselors may be leaning to put their activity into academic and career advising as when in reality it's next step planning?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
I have a question. I have a sensitivity to asking counselors to do something that is not counseling.
Mhm.
You know, we hire them at this professional level, and then sometimes we ask them to do schedule changing.
Mhm.
Is that changing? Are you seeing a shift there? Because I think this board has deliberately tried to say, can we take some of those things off their plates?
That is shifting. What we're seeing at the middle school and high school levels is our principals are very deliberately working with school counselors to take off testing, like AP testing, off of school counselors' plates, and that is helping immensely. And so a lot of their time now is going towards the academic advising and the mental health supports, because, I mean, if you think about it, AP testing, the window is April, and that's when counselors are really working with our seniors to get them graduated. You take that off of their plate, then we're specifically working with students. We're not taking that time to proctor tests, organize the tests, order the tests, those types of things. And so our middle school and high school principals have been very cognizant and aware of that. The other thing that our middle school and high school principals are seeing is that if they lower the ratios, they're getting a better result out of school counselors in working with students, and it's helping with student success. Because we all know that kids are not going to be successful in math class if they're struggling with grief or depression or anxiety. So school counselors can then actually work with that child and say, okay, where are you at as a whole child? Where are we focused? Okay, let's get you the support so that you can actually move forward and be successful academically. So we really are seeing that shift. You're welcome.
I'm interested to know the connection of our services to the home.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to track support in a home and not support, and just what are we doing to give parents the skill set to make sure that they're helping their child and that they know what resources are out there? It's a bad question, but you can formulate the answer better than I did the question.
It's actually an interesting question because it's a topic of conversation. It was actually in our middle school chat today. A lot of the supports, we're really trying to figure out, okay, what supports can we put in place and not overstep, right? And so home visits. We're having a lot of students who are struggling with just getting to school. Attendance issues, right? And so what can counselors do to help support those families to get kids here at school? I think it's a delicate balance. We do offer a lot of parent classes in the evenings. The other discussion is how do we get parents to come and take advantage? I mean, the Jordan Family Ed Center has a lot of really great resources and options that we tell our parents about as school counselors. Some of those classes are really great, but it's getting the parents to actually want to attend those classes, and or if they actually, I mean, it's hard, right? You have kids at home, young kids at home. You have to find a babysitter to be able to attend the class or be able to come to the school and learn more about college applications or FAFSA or those types of things. So we're really trying always to find a balance of how can we help support and provide these services, but also like how much is too much. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and what if a parent's resistant to our help?
Exactly.
And what resources do we have? I mean, I just don't want kids falling through the cracks. And, I know in my personal situation, our counselors were extremely helpful in guiding us to see what we couldn't see. And we thought we're a pretty well-equipped family and all of that, but it was really useful to me personally. But I'm hearing from others that maybe you're intruding in what their role is, and yet.
And that's why we are continuing to train our counselors to have those hard conversations with parents. I think that right now in society, it's really hard to have difficult conversations. We're a little bit afraid of having difficult conversations with students and with parents. And it's really doing a lot of training to help our counselors lean into those hard conversations and talking with our parents and what we can do to help support and advocate for our students. But then also leaning into what supports we have here at school to help also advocate for our students and give them those wraparound services so that at school they feel safe, they feel supported, so that they can be successful.
I'll always be grateful for you. You saved my daughter's life, and she's in a good place now. So I'm always supported to our counselors because of that.
Mine too.
We have some really great counselors, and mine too, really. So hiring, this is where we're at. I knew that you guys would really want to know where we're at with hiring. Elementary school, we've been able to fill 14 positions, which is higher than I ever dreamed of, to be honest. So we were able to fill 14 elementary school positions.
Out of, what's the goal?
My goal is 42.
14 of 42.
That's correct. Yep. So you can see that puts our ratio right now currently 1 to 2,042 students. If we fill the 42, it would put our ratio at 1 to 644. So
Superintendent, have we funded the 42?
You funded the 42, and thank you for that.
yes, we can't thank you
So
enough.
the timing is the only reason I think that we haven't filled those positions. And the fact that the timing and the fact that not every applicant gets hired. So
You want good quality people, not just filling places.
Correct.
we want the right fit. We want the right fit for the position. And counselors and administrators of schools worked very hard to prioritize the need so that we place counselors in schools according to need, and that we place a full-time counselor in a school rather than splitting them up to start with so that they can be fully effective right from the start. Sorry, I'm enthusiastic, so I jump in.
You're
How do you
fine.
decide which schools get them?
Just by looking at a number of need factors that are combined, and they're not necessarily the factors that we use for other decisions. So, size of school, the student needs being addressed at the school, population, those sorts of factors. But Stacy could do a much better job of explaining that.
That's ongoing, right? We're still seeking.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. So we actually had 20 applicants. We're hiring quality applicants. We're not just hiring people just to throw into buildings. We want them to be successful, and we want them to work well with kids and the school's teams and be successful. We worked very closely with our elementary AOSs to determine the need, and we looked at a lot of different factors, and then we ranked the schools based on those factors and the needs, and then that's where we made the placements.
And are you hiring them, or are there schools hiring them?
I'm hiring them with the
Okay.
team. Yeah. Yeah.
And then, so, I have too many questions, but,
No,
so
you're
then
great.
they're a district employee then, right? Not a school employee? So like you can move them from school to school?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so if they're a really good school counselor, but it's maybe not the right fit at a school, then we can make that shift.
Okay, perfect.
Do you see that in, the hiring increasing in elementary counselors after the first of the year due to graduations and that kind of thing at the universities?
Absolutely. So part of the reason that we did struggle a little bit is we across the state have a higher we have more school counseling positions than we have graduating school counselors. And so we were a little bit late in starting our hiring process for the elementary counselors. So that was part of the difficulty. So what we've been able to do is I have approached Kaylee Crandall, who is over the UVU school counseling program, and she has placed me on her steering committee. And so we meet with her and talk about our needs and what she can do to develop her program so that she can start graduating more school counselors out of her program. Rocky Mountain University, I have approached them, and we have picked up several of their interns, and we're working closely with them so that we can work with their interns and then hopefully keep them in Jordan School District so that we can continue to fill those positions. We've approached University of Utah and Utah State as well, so we're constantly working with their leadership. We have a lot of interest in elementary. A lot of people want to be elementary school counselors. What we've done is we've filled our middle school positions. We have filled 51 out of 53 of those positions, and we've filled all of our high school positions. So you can see our ratios. Middle school principals have caught the vision, but also you funded an additional half-time. So you can see that you really have done a lot of work to drop those ratios, and we're seeing a lot of success in the middle school and the high school based on those dropping ratios. And also what we've done is we've placed interns in the middle school and the high school so that we can do a better job of training them with a team. So we can actually shift them down to the elementary schools, so to be successful once they're down there by themselves. Because in the middle school and the high schools, you have a team where you can ask questions and we can train like one-on-one. But in the elementary, you're there by yourself. And so we don't really want to put interns down there until we actually give them a good solid foundation so that they can be successful. So I do see that we're going to fill a lot more positions in the elementary as soon as we get those interns trained. So.
At this rate, when would we be fully staffed?
At this rate, yeah. I'm hoping to have us fully staffed in 2 years. Part of the reason is the other thing that we're hearing is Jordan, we have a really good reputation for having a supportive culture for school counselors, and they're starting to see that you as a school board supports school counseling and the school counseling program. They also see that we have a very supportive superintendent and associate superintendent of school counseling, and then we're giving them a lot of support along the way. And so word is starting to spread that school counselors want to work in Jordan. So I foresee that we're going to see quite a few people making the shift from other school districts. So
I love the ratio on the middle school level, especially. I really like that. And maybe you can't answer this off the top of your head, but to what extent is that ratio affected perhaps by the hiring of counselors from other sources? Do you understand what my question is?
No.
I'm
Some of
talking
that,
about.
is this some of that coming from TSSA?
Correct.
Oh, yes.
Or other funding sources.
Sure, yes, we do. So middle school principals are funding from some other sources. Yes, they are. So the half that you funded, most of them are matching it with the other funding, so that they can get a full-time counselor. Mm-hmm.
And that was part of the idea. If we fund a half, then that allows Land Trust or TSSA or other money to round that out, and then schools can kind of match what we're putting to that.
I'm just wondering how much that was,
That was part of your vision,
going
right?
into this
Yeah.
ratio. I love that ratio.
Yeah, I love that ratio
That's
too.
where it's really needed.
And I do have data points that show that our middle school, so with the secondary, you saw the academic planning. In the middle school, it's a little bit more the mental health support, which is where they need it.
They're the least likely to ask.
They are, correct, yeah. But man, they love school counselors, those middle school kids. It's fun. It's a fun age, so.
The counselors are comfortable coming into a position with TSSA funding that might feel a little less permanent, maybe, to them, or has that been an issue?
It hasn't been an issue at all. Mm-mm.
Can I speak to that more broadly as well? In the past, we treated any money that came from a grant or something like Land Trust or TSSA
As soft money.
as soft money. Well, we've taken the approach that it's all soft money.
Do you want to explain what you mean by
Oh.
soft money?
Soft money meaning that we are waiting to see if that's going to be allocated every year as opposed to anchored to our enrollment. Above the line, below the line, there are lots of different ways of looking at it. But basically, some of that money felt less secure than other funding. So FTE that is allocated from the district felt a lot more solid than TSSA money or land trust money. But we've tried this year in particular to move away from that. We used to require employees paid using those types of funds to sign an agreement understanding that they were demonstrating that they understood they were hired year to year. We've backed away from that because really all of the funding is based on what comes from the legislature, where our enrollment ends up. So there's a greater level of stability even if you're paid out of that funding. There are still a few grants that we know have an expiration date, and that's kind of what we've looked at. There are federal grants that have an expiration date. We know the grant money runs out at this time. We still ask employees hired using those funds to sign a statement acknowledging that they're year to year. But we don't do that for TSSA. We don't do that for Land Trust. We don't do that for a lot of programs that used to require it. So I don't know if I've explained it well, but that's how we do it differently. Because there's no expiration date on TSSA. There's no expiration date on Land Trust money. In fact, both of those funds continue to grow each year. But we've done it for exactly the point that you brought up. It's that it's not easy to attract people to a position that they feel is paid with funds that may or may not be there next year.
Do they know when they get hired? Half of your salary is coming from this source.
They used to. They don't anymore, because that's for us to worry about, not them.
My worry is to make sure that they're highly trained and that, and they're working with kids. Yep, that's what we want. So you can see, based on the support of the school board, elementary counseling ratios went from no counselors to 28,412 students, right? To now 1 to 2,042. So that's a pretty big jump in a very short period of time. So
Still.
yeah.
You answered this a little bit, I think, but how do we stack up then to other districts? Have they, especially at the elementary level, but even at both levels, are our ratios lower than them? And
So that's actually a really good question, because what other districts are doing is not what we're doing. So in different districts, school counselors are being used for testing, which is, not really what they're trained to do. Or also they're splitting schools, they're splitting elementary schools. So it looks a lot different. So it's really hard to compare. But we did, when we went to ASCA, which is the National Association Conference, Jordan School District got a nationwide shout out to our school board and our superintendent for doing what no other district has been able to do nationally. And that's put one elementary school counselor in every single one of their elementary schools and finding that funding to do so. So we're doing what no other school district is doing nationwide. So I can't really speak to what other districts are doing because they're not doing what we're doing. And that's what's really exciting. And the nation is watching us.
this is really helpful to our kids, but I think it's also helpful to our administrators. I mean, as someone who's shadowed an administrator for a day or two, they're doing a lot of things that they're not really, I don't want to say equipped to do, but they can't do the things they need to do. like be an educational leader. And so I've noticed even just this year, just the big relief that they have, whether or not they have the help now or they know the help is coming. And having a vice principal in every school has been incredibly important. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. It's actually really exciting. But also you can see that the other things that you guys are doing is also dropping our ratios in the secondaries. So your support is making a huge difference. And you can see our numbers are going up for our school counselors. We went from 4 last year to 14. In 2011, 2012, we had 57 secondary counselors, and now we have 99. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Lots of training. I know that there's a lot of words on this, but you can see we've done a lot of training and provide a lot of training opportunities for our school counselors. We meet biweekly for our elementaries to make sure that they're getting the support that they need because they are in the schools by themselves. And in the secondaries, we're also looking at their needs assessments and helping them work smarter, not harder. And then overall, we're doing a lot of individual and group training so that they actually are providing those mental health support services as well. And BRISC, we're continuing our BRISC trainings as well. It's based on need. We are trying to work together so that our school mental health teams are working collaboratively. And the trainings are determined also by input from our counselors. So,
Can you remind me what BRISC stands for?
sure. It's Brief Responsive Interventions for School Clinicians. So it's kind of like a cognitive...
One more time.
Brief
Brief
Responsive
interventions for school clinicians.
Mm-hmm. And so basically what that allows us to do, it's evidence-based, and it allows us to provide cognitive-based interventions for our students as school counselors within 6 visits. And if we cannot help that child within those hopefully 4 to 6 visits, then we know that we need to work with our school social worker or our school psychologist to help put more supports in place for that child, because obviously there are some deeper things that are going on that we need to either refer out or give them more intensive supports. So, yep.
I can just see the email that goes out that says, "Come to our BRISC."
Right? Come to BRISC. It's actually a really great training and everybody loves it. So much so that our school psychs, this last little bit, we had more school psychologists attend that training. And then we do monthly staffing calls with Christy Ludwig, Dr. Christy Ludwig, so that if we do have some challenging kids, we can staff with her as well. So, do you guys have any other questions for me?
I have a question, and it's not really a question. It's I, as one board member, am extending an invitation. I believe we are ahead of the curve and we are leading out. We need to be able to ask the questions that answer the questions that everyone else is going to ask.
Of course.
And I wonder if you would somewhere in your brain reserve a little spot that says, here's what we're learning as we make this shift. And I, for one, would like to grant you permission to maybe even come up with your own metrics.
Okay.
We can't measure what everyone else is measuring if we're not doing what everyone else is doing. And so I would be very interested if you at some point said, you know what, we've got to reinvent the metrics that we use to measure our success, because those are old tools for new bottles. And I would love you to recognize the position you're in. And I for one, was happy to shoulder a heavy burden to put you in this position. But I think what comes with this position is that forethought and let's prepare to show the nation why this was a good idea. and be prepared to say, here's what we're now doing that you're not doing and you're not thinking that you need to do. So my thought question for you is, what are the new metrics that our position needs to now measure so that we can say to the world, this might well go down as one of the most significant accomplishments that this board made in terms of really making an investment, not just in mental health, but in overall student success. So some other day, come back and tell us what was no one else thinking that we now are in a position to think and ask and measure because of where we're at.
I will do that. And the beauty of you making those comments is that what I have been able to do is recognize that I have some really amazing school counselors, and we have created what's called a school counselor collaborative, and they're looking at those very things. And so I will reissue that challenge to them, and I will come back and I will report to you again.
Anyone else have any questions? Thank you. This has been
Thanks.
very great and helpful information, and we appreciate all the work that you have done
Thank
to
you.
help support our counselors and to hire all the new ones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for all you have done for school counselors.
Board members, let's take a 10-minute break because I think our next agenda item is going to take a little bit of time. So we'll start back up at 6.
Need a new releases.
Our next agenda item is a boundary survey report for West Jordan Elementary. So we will turn the time to Dr. Anderson. Do you have anything to add on that? And then Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Feston.
Yeah, we'll just kick it off, and then we'll tag team this one together. So we're here tonight as a result of the new boundary option that was created last board meeting. I just want to start with a timeline of kind of to serve as a reminder of where we've been so far. Really, it started before September, well into the summer, when we notified the patrons within the 4 school boundaries that there could be upcoming boundary changes and possible school closures. But in September and October, the board conducted town halls / open house, in which several questions and issues were discussed and addressed. Remember, shortly thereafter, we surveyed patrons with 5 different options between October 3rd and 17th. We had a live link to a boundary option webpage that included ways to communicate with staff, ask questions. There were interactive maps for each option that allowed patrons to see how many students lived in various study areas. November 1st, the board meeting study session, we reviewed the survey results. There was a public hearing held, recommendations were heard, and there was a revised boundary or new boundary option created with request for feedback through a survey. And so we have since surveyed on that. You can see there, today here we are reporting on that survey, and it's anticipated that a vote could take place on November 29th. And as I just mentioned on the next slide there, the survey for the newest option was open for 10 days. We sent it to over 1,700 households via Skylert. Respondents, the patrons, were asked to react to a revised boundary option. We'll share those tonight. They also had opportunities for comments. Those have all been shared with the board, and we also shared all of this information on the boundary website, including updated information on ALPS locations and special ed locations. So at this point, just as a reminder, this is what the revised option, the new option for the board looks like. And we had 351 survey responses, which if you compare it to the previous survey, there was an uptick in patron interest. Last time we had 286 responses, so 65 additional responses compared to the first survey, 20% response rate from what we sent out. Mr. Feston is here, and as is Mr. Hamblin, to go over the particulars of that, and happy to answer any questions along the way. If you have anything you want to just pause on us, and we will be happy to answer anything.
Yep, thank you. So asking for positive or negative response along with open text comments posed a little bit of a challenge for results and how to compare these with previous. With the text response, we were able to create a word cloud out of the comments that the board members have all received. Sorry, my brain just stopped. Primarily the largest number of comments dealt with students, which is good. We like to see that parents are passionate and involved in their students' education. There were a fair number of comments on walking routes, crossing busy roads, the neighboring schools. I don't know why the word "don't" is in there twice, but I don't know. It should have been one and bigger, yes. So the overall responses, so we asked the question, is your response to the boundary option negative, somewhat negative, neutral, somewhat positive, or positive, in 5 categories. Overall, the responses leaned to the positive end. The positive and somewhat positive were slightly higher in response rates than the negative and somewhat negative. As we got down into the school level responses, we saw some differences. Majestic, we had 18 responses from the Majestic community. They leaned positive in their responses. Ochre
Sorry to interrupt, but
Sorry.
as you're seeing this, is that the current Majestic community?
Current Majestic community.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get into the areas that would be moving to Majestic and Ochre in just a second. So the current Majestic boundaries, respondents who are part of that school community, 18 of them responded. Ochre 32 responses leaned a little bit towards the negative. Again, a smaller sample size. The West Jordan, current West Jordan boundaries, 108 responses, fairly negative in their responses, although a few positive responses in there as well. Westland overall, 187 responses leaned or were positive. They were split about 50-50 ALPS parents and students who are not in the ALPS program, and we'll look at that in just a second. So the sub areas, to Ms. George's question, the area in orange here that is in the current West Jordan boundary that would go to Majestic Elementary School under this option, we had 40 responses in that from that area. They were overwhelmingly negative as far as their initial response to that boundary option. The area here that would go from Westland to Ochre, we had 81 responses, again, very negative. We understand that nobody wants to move schools, and that's shown in here. The ALPS parents, the ALPS responses, we had 90 responses from students who identified as being in the ALPS program, overwhelmingly positive, as well as the written comments from that group. On the flip side, the non-ALPS students, 96 responses were negative. Somewhat negative. There was some positive in there. A lot of the comments from the Westland community were along the lines of adding portables, more students in the school, along those lines. Along with the survey results, we also asked our transportation department to take an official look at the boundaries and what it would mean for transportation for that department. In Majestic, there's a small area in the northwest corner that would be bus eligible that currently contains no current students. So as we said previously, there were some bus eligible students up there. The official calculations from transportation says no. So Westland, there's a small corner in the southeast corner that has one current family with 3 students, and then Ochre would require no additional busing. So this map shows the general areas of these small pockets of non-walk eligible areas. So that northwest corner of the new Majestic boundary and the small corner, southeast corner of the new Westland boundaries.
So we would not run a bus for the 3 students.
No, they typically with less than 10 students, the district would reimburse mileage to parents.
But we do reimburse mileage.
Yes. So, back to any questions, discussion?
Can you go back to the data area?
Yep.
And I know I can see how many people responded to the survey. Can you just in each triangle tell me how many students are in that box? So the first box is
It's 95 students in that orange
the one
box.
before that.
That
That one. How many boxes how many are in that orange box?
125.
125. And the next box?
95.
95.
Will you remind me, under option F, what portables would be required at each of the schools, if any?
With the classroom counts and the programs, we would estimate up to 6 portables at each at Westland and Oker.
Just for the benefit of people listening, I think it's important to say that doesn't mean your school is overcrowded because you have necessarily having a portable doesn't necessarily equate to an overcrowded school. Sometimes that allows for programming.
Right. So in Westland's case, the ALPS programs, ALPS program, each grade needs a classroom, regardless of the number of students enrolled. We would assume that we would look at all-day kindergarten, which takes up twice as much space as traditional kindergarten, as well as other Title I considerations, preschool, other programs that might be put into these schools.
So if we pulled the programming out of these schools, these extra programmings, we could do it without portables.
Probably.
I mean, it looks like the capacity is that we wouldn't need any portables.
Right. On
If you just-
on
on
paper,
paper.
student bodies will fit in the school.
I asked that question because I've been on record to say I don't want portables in the moves, but at the same time, I'm kind of against pulling out programs that they want to keep. And so that's why I asked the question is, do you want the programs, which means we have to have the portables? And if you know, so for me to keep up that promise, then I have to pull the programs, which it sounds like to me people want the programs. So.
Well, and when you're considering programs, that's all day kindergarten, Title I, ALPS. So, I mean, it's not just one
It's
or
not
the
just
other. And we
one,
can't
yeah.
remove Title I from a school. That's something that so there's
Okay.
just many different scenarios that create. And it is availability to the area. It's availability for different programming resources for your children. So.
When I support the programming, I just want to make sure that the clarification is there, because I know I will be quoted as saying I've gone back on what I said once before, but the question is, I think the people in this area want to keep the programming, and so I support the portables. I know an area that has a lot of portables and it works really well. So.
We know lots of areas that.
Just as a reminder, under this option, the ALPS program, the ALPS siblings, all out-of-boundary permits at Westland would remain. At least in the enrollment numbers that were in last meeting's presentation, that includes all of those out-of-boundary students.
So just to clarify, if you're on permit at Majestic or Westland or Oker, you can stay on permit there.
At that school, yes.
And will there be room for permits at any of the schools under this option for additional permits?
Remains to be seen.
But most likely not.
What about if Majestic? What if some West Jordan Elementary families who are boundaried to go to Westland have the opportunity to go to Majestic and see what a fabulous school it is and what an amazing program they have, and they decide they want to get a permit to Majestic instead?
You're not kidding. That is a great school.
We would not want to create the expectation that permits will be abundant, but we also don't want to shut people down and think, well, we've already decided you won't be able to get a chance to be there. So it would be undetermined, and we would just look at the numbers and accommodate everyone the best we could.
Okay, but numbers wise, it sounds like we wouldn't want to go to invite all these families to come see how fabulous it is, because then they might all want to come, and we don't have room for all of them.
I know I want to come.
I want to bring my kids over.
It would be. We want to meet the demand, so if there's demand, we'll look at a way that we can do that.
Also, a reminder from last meeting, when Mr. Olson presented the boundary option, or the permit priorities. One of the priorities is if a student is already at a school, or a fifth grader, wanting to remain in sixth grade, come into play during the open enrollment window, which opened today. So we're starting to get permit applications in, starting this morning. So that is in the priority list for the permit lottery that runs right after the winter break.
So they can put their permit application in any time between now
Anytime between now and the
December 31st.
31st of December.
According to last board meeting's data, the only school that won't be able to receive additional permits is Westland. Majestic can take more permits, as well as Ochre. So if things pan out like projected, there will be room at Majestic. There just won't be room at Westland. So there is going to be an issue of people being moved out of Westland who want a permit back to it and won't be allowed a permit. I'm just telling the board that's going to be an issue.
Which is an issue with every boundary change we've ever made. Because people always want to stay at their current school until they actually go to their new school and realize that there's good things there too. Even my wife thought that. And then she found out, when I moved her, she found out that, oh, this is a good school. I moved my child.
So I have a question. Reading over all of the comments, I think one of the most common ones I heard was, why don't we move Alps to Majestic? Was that ever considered, and why or why not?
We did consider that. Moving Alps to Majestic would include moving the teachers that have been trained and gifted and talented and gifted and talented endorsed, as well as training them in the how to teach the arts and integrated arts program, which is an endeavor we haven't done before. It would also stretch the capacity of Majestic to a point where holding a building with two programs that are very unique in there would I think prove to be a challenge, and so ultimately we did not decide to present that as an option, but we did look at it.
Very large programs, and then Title I as well.
I was in favor of that until I saw the Majestic Art School in action this last week, and I think the two programs do not synergize with each other. I think that would be very difficult to throw them in the same school after seeing it.
And I have to be careful how I phrase this, but I also feel like that would be a highly favored school. There are so many amazing opportunities in both of those programs. We ought to spread that out to a wider geographic area, in my opinion.
Any other questions? Okay, what is our next step? We're scheduled to vote on this at our next board meeting. Does anyone need any additional information? Okay.
I think with the comments, you see conflicting between the schools. And I can understand that. I can understand the not wanting change. But the change is going to have to happen. And I do strongly believe that all of these schools are amazing schools and have great opportunities for your students. And I certainly hope that people will give these schools a chance. And I really do think if they give these schools a chance, they're going to love them. And that's what my hope is for all of these students and all of these families.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your work on these options and on the survey.
Thank you.
So next we will kind of carry on in the same vein here and have a discussion on the future of the West Jordan area schools. West Jordan Elementary, the building itself, and then surrounding schools. Our finance committee has had a discussion about that and has some, I guess, recommendations, or at least want to share their information with us.
Some suggestions or options, or I would invite my fellow committee members to please give your input, as well as Mr. Larson. We had a really good discussion on what to do in that area should we decide to close West Jordan Elementary. A great discussion, and discussed different options for funding possible renovations to the other area schools that may receive the students should we close West Jordan Elementary. Some of the ideas that the committee came up with was, and this is the one we're leaning toward, is to use a portion of the summer projects funding, as we did with Bingham High School, now that we're in the last phase of Bingham High School this next summer, over a series of years or phases, as we did with Bingham, and dedicate a certain amount of the summer project funding to this area specifically, and set aside an amount, and we don't know an amount yet because we're not sure of the needs and how extensive the renovations will be. But that is the place that we were kind of leaning, and hoping that would do what we needed to do in that area. Before talking about that funding, however, we also talked about what to do with the West Jordan Elementary property should we decide to close West Jordan. And we would recommend as a committee that and this is a little bit high, but we thought we better put it at about $2 million for demolition and restitution of that property at this point. And then we also need to do a Tier 2 seismic evaluation on all of those schools, all of the schools in the West Jordan feeder area, not just those 3 schools. But there are several others that we need to have an additional or a more in-depth seismic evaluation done, which we estimated at about $500,000. And we would like to recommend.
$500,000 per school, or?
No, $500,000 total,
For the whole feeder?
right.
Assuming we're not going to get the grant.
Assuming that we don't get the grant for which we've applied. And so even if we don't get the grant, we need to go ahead with that Tier 2 evaluation.
Are we only going to do Tier 2 on the schools or all of the schools on the list?
Yeah, that was
Mr.
the
Larson?
clarification I was going to offer was, the idea was to do the Tier 2 evaluation for all the schools on the state's list,
Thanks.
which are predominantly the older schools,
Right.
which happens to be this area. So the idea is to focus on the state's list, which mostly focuses this area, but certainly will benefit the other schools in the district that have similar age and similar concerns.
Does that answer your question,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah, for
Robinson?
sure.
Okay, the other thing that we talked about besides those 2 options, each one of the building needs as far as renovation are very different and unique. So it's really hard at this point to define an amount. So, like I said, we're looking at maybe designating a portion of the summer project funds for that. We'd also like to, you're well aware that there will be some cost savings should we decide to close West Jordan Elementary. One-time money only, and we as a committee thought that we should designate at least some of that money or a specific amount of that money to help the 3 schools receiving students potentially from West Jordan Elementary, to help them in the transition. either with additional FTE or other needs that they might have, but give that flexibility to the superintendent to kind of take leadership on that and designate where that money might be best used.
Before you go further, Marilyn, will you explain, John, just for people to hear, why are we considering it a one-time money of the operational costs for West Jordan Elementary?
So the needs are going to, according to the projections, the enrollments will come down, and then the idea is to have the ability to reevaluate and as we move forward into other years and other situations. If you have it one time, it can just be set aside and planned accordingly. We could, as you will recall, there were funds set aside ongoing for other situations. It's an option, but if you do one-time allocation to see to the transition of these schools for this time period, then the board people can just take that and
So I don't think
roll
I
with it.
explained sorry.
So the dollars aren't one-time dollars. What's being proposed is that for the next fiscal year, we simply allocate the operational costs that were at West Jordan to those three schools, with the next year them being reallocated across the board.
And they can carry over if they're not used. We can do, you can leave this pretty open to allow some flexibility for these schools to say, I have a greater need this year, or maybe I don't, because maybe it's going to be next year based on how things go at the school. Maybe they'll have a need. Maybe their enrollments, for example, come in with this level classroom size, like we talked about before. And maybe the next year they'll have that need when it doesn't come in and there's a bump in one of the grades where a class size is not appropriate.
So I think that the way that it was explained, Ms. Richards, the way that you made it sound was that our saving cost is only a one-time year saving cost. Is that true or not true?
That's not what she said.
That's not true. I mean,
Right.
we'll be saving that amount. It's just not designated.
Okay. I just wanted
I
to
think
make
she's saying
sure.
is we can make a commitment for the first year on any transition costs, but further costs. I mean, as I visited Majestic this last week, it sounds like we're already making some accommodations for them if they need a certain need, and they've been able to go to the administrator of schools or the superintendent to get an extra teacher for this or that or whatever. And I'm all for that. What I'm not for is committing every dollar that we save for closing the school just to these few schools.
Yeah.
At least that money should go to the larger West Jordan area, if not to the whole district. But if they need the needs, we ought to have some money that, we can supply that over the time. I know they're going to have to buy, they have pianos and they have instruments at Majestic, and those things are going to have to be purchased. And so certainly this money can help in that. But
I would have a proposal different on that, but if you want to go ahead and continue with what.
As far as the West Jordan area, that's pretty much what we talked about and where we left it and what our recommendations were.
So my proposal for the operational costs for the first year would be that they go into the three schools that are taking the students, and having the superintendent and cabinet evaluate what other schools in West Jordan in future years could use that money. I think there is a need throughout the West Jordan feeder system, and I do think that it is operational cost savings within West Jordan Elementary that could be used throughout the East West Jordan area. But I have a hard time condensing it to that, because what are the East West Jordan schools? I think I would want the superintendent and cabinet to identify what those schools are and identify what those needs are. that would just be my proposal on that, but.
So let me clarify because I'm not sure I understood. So the operating costs that we save the first year of not being closed go to the 3 receiving schools. And then in subsequent years, still have that operating costs go to not necessarily those 3 schools, but any in the East West Jordan area. Is that what I'm hearing?
But the umbrella is the West Jordan feeder system, yes.
And is that just ongoing, or would you give that a time
I would say
frame
that that's
too?
ongoing. I don't want to set a precedence that if in the future a school was talked about possible closure, that would be something that happens each and every time a school closes. I'm not okay with setting that precedence. But please know, this is difficult for me to say this because I understand this is not a board that I will be a part of any longer. So I welcome any other ideas, any other feedback, but that is what I would propose.
Can I just clarify a little? So the way I'm hearing it, you're saying the money that the percentage of the summer projects that we would allocate to East West Jordan would be for building improvements. The money that we would save in operating costs would be for transitional needs, not for building improvements. These are separate pools. Okay.
Thoughts?
Now, I hope I'm not jumping the gun, but as I consider going out for a lease revenue bond, the real benefit that I see in that is keeping some liquid cash that might be able to give a little bit of a head start to helping to update some of these schools in the West Jordan Elementary affected area. But that's not something that's being recommended by the Finance Committee. Can you speak to that possibility? Is there a possibility that we could maybe give an initial infusion? Because my concern is always, we understand how slow the wheels turn sometimes, but when you're living it, your child goes to school today and the school looks the same, it's hard to say, yeah, but in 5 years, there's gonna be something different here. You know what I mean?
We had really in-depth conversation. There's some things here that we talked about, and I should probably mention that Scott Thomas and Dave Rostrom were with us in the meeting as well. Because we had a lot of questions as to, first of all, we are already going out for summer projects for next school year. Are we able to add anything to that right now? So kind of the compromise was to say that we do the seismic testing, we invest the money if we do not receive the grant for the seismic testing, evaluate what needs to be in those schools, and have staff make a recommendation as to what needs to be in those schools, because it's hard to say, okay, we're going to move forward with some of these things as far as capital projects, but the seismic testing or something might hinder that. So I was thinking that the first year we would commit to doing the seismic testing, have staff, obviously the superintendent and his staff, look over that information, and then have like committees that are put together to identify what can and what will be done in these schools after knowing those steps. I just don't want to jump ahead to putting improvements into the school if we have to go backwards for the seismic testing stuff. So I know that it's not going to be as immediate as people would want, but I do feel like we've had enough people show their concerns for the age of our buildings, that if we were to be able to provide them with this information, that it could be helpful for them moving forward.
And I definitely see wisdom in that. The place that I'm feeling a little hung up is we already know that West Jordan High School needs some attention. We've already had multiple discussions about when Bingham's done, let's start throwing our attention there. And now we're saying, on top of that, let's spread it even thinner. now, instead of just focusing on a high school like we have with Bingham, let's focus on an entire area. And I'm just not sure that in my mind that cuts it.
I understand. And my thought would, it's so hard for me to say this because I'm not part of the board, but my thought would be that a West Jordan High School would go on the next bond.
So do a bond instead of a Bingham High School renovation. Because my concern is we have 3 months to work on it. That's why Bingham worked, because we had enough money to do the amount of work that we could do during that short window.
Well, and it could be whatever you're doing is in phases on the elementary level and on the high school level. I mean, I think that that's what needs to be evaluated. What should be the first step? And then what we're recommending is the seismic testing to see what needs to be done next. But that allows, because we can't do really much more on the next summer project list because we're already out for bid. So it gives a good year for conversations with the superintendent, cabinet, and maybe even some committees that are established to identify the things that need to be done in these schools.
I'm in favor of a big commitment in this area in renovating schools. I think our district is different than other districts in the fact that we don't just jump in and tear buildings down, that we use our money wisely. What we did with Bingham is absolutely incredible. And anyone who's listening to this, you should go tour Bingham, because if you went in with a blindfold on, you would not know that you're inside of Bingham High School. We did such a great job. The only way I'd be in favor of tearing a school down is if the structure itself was not strong.
Sound, yeah.
And sound. And we need to do that seismic testing. I just think we need a long-term plan for this area. I'm not in favor of rebuilding West Jordan High School and doing the elementaries at the same time. So if we need to pause the high school to do the elementaries because they're critical, then let's do that. If we need to do a phase at West Jordan High and then the next phase at an elementary school, then let's do that. But one of the beauties of the Bingham project was that we had it planned out by phases. There's a long-term plan there, and it was fluid enough. We split a phase. We took an extra phase and took a little extra money than we had originally planned, but we had a game plan, and that's what I would be in favor of, is a game plan that can help us work through this area. This area is drawing a lot of our summer funds anyways, and a real commitment in a Bingham type approach. And I would say not only just the East West Jordan, but the whole east side. There's other schools that probably need to be in that long-term approach. And do we attack those with bonds, or do we, I mean, we can have a plan and not know exactly how we're going to fund it, you know, and the funding can come through ongoing money or a future bond or whatever, but we just need to have that long-term plan. And I think that we have to have a long-term plan in the building of our new schools also. It's one of the beauties when I stepped on the board, we actually had, because of the interlocal agreement with the cities, we actually had a really good long-term plan on our future buildings of new schools too. And I think that we're just kind of have let that go a little bit because we're not working on a current bond, but I think we can work on a plan without the funding, and then we can figure out the funding and as it goes. But
Yeah, just for some clarity's sake, I don't think I heard or picked up on where would you recommend the funds come for the demolition and reclamation of the West Jordan property?
John, we talked about the source for that. Will you?
Out of the balance, just out of the fund balance.
Just out of the fund
An
balance?
additional allocation.
So I want to revisit Nikki's question because I think it sounds like it was answered from a timing standpoint, but not necessarily from a usage standpoint of the reserves. So setting aside the timing, which I I can appreciate that. Why use the ongoing summer projects as opposed to utilizing the reserves for these projects?
And that's a really good question. I mean, we did talk about that as well. Should we do the lease revenue bond for the flex building? We would still have that those reserves. 38 million, am I correct?
The money that
In the reserve?
is 38 million, yeah.
On top of the 27.
Correct.
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 So total 65.
Correct.
Go ahead, John.
I think my recollection was part of the conversation was timing of when the projects themselves could be done would be during summer months. And so as they
That was a big part.
were done, and we evaluate the summer projects for the coming year, we could analyze the budget and add funds as needed there, but it would have to be over the summer months anyways when these projects would be done.
Unless we found space
On site, yeah.
or found space somewhere nearby while the entire thing was done over a school year.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't recall talking about
We didn't, yeah. we didn't talk-
another facility to move a school to.
So when you talk about we're going to commit a good portion of summer funds every year, I never know what summer funds are going to be. They fluctuate year to year. So if we decided to have a really lean year for summer projects, then we just trim so I would assume it's a percentage of whatever amount the board decides to pledge for summer projects.
We trimmed in the Bingham project, so we decided the summer projects were too lean. We didn't have enough to fund. We had things to fund it, and so we just took one of the phases and split it in half. And I think that's what it'd be. I think we're willing to commit a lot of money. We even threw numbers around, but it's hard for us to throw a number when we don't really have the phases put in place. And so in a way, I think what we need to do is kick the can back to the facilities committee to come up with what are the phases, what needs to be done, and what do you think the priority, and whether or not that's just a facility committee or is there a community committee that works on this or whatever. But it's hard for us to commit a certain dollar number. We know that either through the money that we're spending in summer projects on Bingham or the capital reserves, we know that we have the money to invest in this area.
Yeah, so not just thinking about the capital money, but if we needed to dip into the reserves, we had open conversation about that. The only thing I think that we were uncomfortable with was establishing an exact dollar amount that would happen each year without seeing what those projects would be.
So I can appreciate that we want to check the seismic concerns first. But are we just throwing out the window the fact that Facilities Committee has brought a list of improvements with estimates?
Yeah, and we very much took that into consideration, and I do think that we need to hold on to that, absolutely. But I don't want to go backwards on projects. Just like when you're in your home and you think about, I want to do this. Well, if I'm going to do this, then I should do this, and I should do this. I don't want to go backwards where we're causing any issues in what we've already done in improvements, and then we have to go back to fixing any type of seismic. Do you see what I'm saying?
I can appreciate what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I don't feel like I have to be careful how I say this. I feel like what I would like to see us do is to make a real commitment to this community. Absolutely. And what this proposal is to me is I commit to do what I do already. We already allocate summer project funds. I mean, we might be choosing to use them in a different proportion, But it's not any extra funding. That's
Yeah,
the summer
it is.
project funds that we already commit.
We're committing to do what we did with Bingham High School to this area. That's a huge commitment.
I haven't
Maybe
heard
10
that
million.
commitment made.
That's what we're asking.
Said it.
Maryland just asked for that. I mean, we could throw numbers, 50 million over 5 years. I wanted 100 million over 10 years. We could throw numbers there, but what needs to be done? We need to see what's phase one, what's phase two. Are we going to do elementary schools first? Are we going to do high schools? The moment we start putting money into these elementary schools, a lot of things change. For instance, do we ever close another school? Do we rebuild West Jordan Elementary? The moment you start putting a lot of money into these elementary schools, it changes the narrative of what we can do. So for us to commit to a certain dollar number, we need to see if it organized it into phases. What's our first priority? What's our second priority? We have the money to make a large commitment.
And please know, Nikki, I absolutely do not want to discard the fact that I want to make a commitment to this community. I absolutely do. I just don't know if I can say an exact dollar amount without seeing what needs to be done and evaluating that list and saying to that school or the community in that school, what are the priorities off of this list for this school? I want to involve the superintendent and administration to have those conversations, and I think it would be very beneficial to have conversations with the public as well. What are the things that you would like to see in this school to make it feel like a 21st century school? But I've also heard, and I know you've heard because you and I have had conversations, people want to know that these schools are structurally sound because we're sending their kids to these schools. So I feel like that kind of just needs to be the first step. And I don't continue to keep saying that to deter you from making what you want, but please give other suggestions.
And please know that I agree. The seismic testing should be the first thing that we do. I absolutely agree with that approach. I just...
You know, and Nikki, you did, I mean, Facilities Committee did provide a really good list for each one of those schools. But in looking over that list and talking with Dave Rostrom and Scott Thomas and, you know, having our meeting with them, not all of the schools in that area need all of those things in the same priority. And that's what we're trying to say is, I think we need to, you know, hook into the community or to the administration and know exactly what is needed in what order in those schools, and then put the money up.
And then
What I'd like to see is after those evaluations are done, then the board commit to a certain amount of money, whether it be from the reserve or from capital project. I'd like you guys to be able to.
both.
And when would the seismic testing happen?
We know whether or not we'll get the grant in January, and I know that we asked this question. I'm sorry, I don't remember the answer.
My recollection was it was going to take 9 months. I'm hoping there might be someone listening that could text me that.
I want to say that that was it as well, but that also gives time for administration to be able to look over the list of things and identify in each school what the school needs from the lists or wants from the list.
If you need a dollar number, Bingham was 6 years, 40 million. Is that roughly the figure? So that we could probably make a similar commitment.
Have to be careful with that.
Well, I mean, we're spending that money now, right? And so that commitment, if the commitment is what we've done with Bingham now should be gone to the East-West Jordan area and helping those feeder systems. That would be a similar commitment.
Are you asking this board in the next meeting to make that decision? So help me understand what we're discussing tonight.
I think what we're saying is, what we want is, before we give the dollar number, we want to know a phase. This is phase 1, this is phase 2, this is phase 2, 3.
So you want to make an assignment tonight to facilities committee to come up with a phased plan. That's the goal of this discussion, is to make an assignment for facilities to come up with a plan.
That's me.
If I was to be in the meeting, I would ask first that we commit to giving the 3 schools that are taking the students the operational funds. I would ask for at least, or the 2 million for the demolition and the property to be.
So you're asking to make a recommendation to the next board? Because you're not asking to make a decision in the next 3 meetings that bind expenditures in 23 and 24.
Well, I am asking for the 2 million for the removal of the school.
So can I put a pause there?
Okay, please.
We've just, by virtue of how we've signaled this, we've just broken one of our cardinal elements by showing what we're willing to pay for work that needs to be done. And so we've essentially signaled to anybody who's willing to bid on this project. And so I think as far as the board can go is to initiate demolition and reclamation action. I would highly recommend we not set a dollar limit, because we've basically just said, I mean, if it's $1 million project, we've just created that. So I think we need, that's as far as we can go on that, is to say,
I'll apologize
move
for
forward
that.
for that.
You're absolutely
you're
right.
not the only one. That was signaled from the get-go. So
I'll
don't
take accountability
don't
for that, though.
apologize for that. That's
But-
not.
The one way in which it's different is I'm still not sure how many schools we're talking about when we say these dollars. We're talking high school and elementaries?
I'm just talking very
Talking about
specifically the
the
demolition
demolition.
and reclamation.
And I'm
of the
asking
one
if we're
project.
even having that, are we having that conversation tonight?
Well, and I would love to hear, what specifically are we hoping to vote on at the next meeting?
So I think we own that. If we're closing the school, we need to make the area safe. We don't want to have an abandoned building for the next board to make a decision on what to do with it. So we own that part of it. I think future boards need to decide what they're going to do to invest in this area, the dollar amount, but we can start working on the phases and what that includes and what that would look like. That's going to carry over to the next board anyways. But in terms of taking down the building and making the area safe, that's part of closing the school.
So that's something that we will need to vote on at our next meeting, because the alternative to that is we sell it and the seller takes down the building.
True.
I thought we
that's where
decided
the
not
first-
to vote on that yet. Am I mistaken that we said, why
think-
are we making that recommendation with this board instead of the January board? Do I remember that
Yeah,
wrong?
no, you remember correctly, but the building, you're right. I mean, the building will stay open for sure till the end of this school year. So a January board could come along and decide to sell or to put the money into that. So is that a vote you want waning till January?
I tend to agree with Daryl on this one. Surprise, surprise, no.
Note that. Had to tell you third to last
An
meeting.
angel just got its wings.
We are making the decision to close the school. I think we need to wrap this one up as far as I don't think it's fair to leave an abandoned building as the option.
And it'll increase the sell price if we do sell it. To have that building already taken care of, then they'll try to reduce that cost, because then they're going to have to pay that. So I think we ought to take it down.
So one of the things we'll vote on at the next meeting then is,
Do we close it? Do we
and then do we
Do we-
put the money towards taking the
demolition?
building down and reclaiming the property? right?
I would also like to talk about the
Okay.
first years of operational costs.
So that question snowballs in my mind because we've discussed that this board shouldn't be making the decision for what ultimately will happen at that building. And I think there are more possibilities than close and demo or close and sell with a requirement of a demo. I think there are other possibilities there. So I just don't know the timing of that. At the last meeting, we said, would you like facilities committee to come back with a proposal as to some possibilities of what could happen on this property? And we were told no. We think that that should be a decision for the next board. So my question is, can we vote to close a school without voting for the ultimate fate of the property?
I think that just leaves the whole community in limbo. That's just my opinion. They are already feeling uprooted, and I think it would help this community to know what's going to happen with the property. But that. I'm
So
just
then
not
let me
bored
go
on that.
back to the question from the last meeting. Do you want a proposal of what potentially we could do with the property and have that voted at the same time as the vote as to whether we close?
I would be open to that.
I'd love to hear other people's feelings there.
I mean, the answer to your initial question, can we? Yes. This board can vote to close the school and leave it open, leave the fate of the property to a future board. Absolutely. That is a yes, this board has the right to do that. Whether there's 4 members of the board that would move in that direction, that's the question. But if the answer is can we do it, absolutely we can. I don't know if in the time between now and next board meeting, the facilities committee is going to be able to come back with a recommendation. And so I don't think it ties up that. I think I'm in favor of voting at the time of voting to close the school or not, then to go as far as to direct staff to move forward with plans for demolition after the academic year. That gives the future board the opportunity to say, we've got 3 months, 4 months before this school closes to explore what possibilities we have with this property. And that future board can always pull back and say, no, we think the cafeteria, the main structure of the school is functional enough that we want to do something with it. I don't know, but that we've got 4 or 5 months, not we, the future board has 4 or 5 months to lay out that plan and explore all of those options before anybody puts the first wrecking ball to the property. And so that's kind of where I would come in on it. But again, if 4 individuals on the board say we want to, yes, vote whether to close the school or not, and then wait to do anything else, absolutely this board could do that.
So, sorry, I just want to make sure I restate what I think I heard. So you're saying the vote next week, or at November 29th meeting could potentially be whether or not we close, and along with that, we would tie it to an intention to demo the property.
Yeah.
You could make that motion.
You could
Anyone
make that
could
motion. And then staff can move forward with those preparations, But then the board that comes in January can say, okay, we want to explore all options,
They would then repeal the decision that we make on the 29th.
or could allow it to continue forward for 2 or 3 months while they explore. And if they pull it back, there's still plenty of time. Nobody is putting anything to, there's not a machine that's going on that property until until after the last day of school.
We would be committing the funds to demo it. We wouldn't, and yes, we could change and not actually use those funds if we decide to do something else.
We always talk
That's what
about
we would be committing to.
we always talk about binding the hands of future boards. Like, there's no decision that we ever make that binds the hands of future boards, because a future board can unbind anything that we do. So the question to me is demolition of the property part of the decision to close a building? And to me, it is. Now, if the next board wants to pull that back and say, no, we want to save the cafeteria, I don't know for what reason, but then that board can untie what we did, you know.
Okay, so we've got a vote on closing it, and then we'll potentially have a motion on committing funds for the demo. Let's go to operating costs.
I'd also like to commit funds to doing an evaluation for the seismic testing
Yeah.
if we don't get the grant.
Okay.
And that's for
All the schools on the list.
all the schools on the list or all the schools on the
All the schools
All
on the
of them.
list.
And I heard back that they'll take 6 months, could be as long as 9. But
And could it start soon? Or do we have to wait till summer to start?
no, that could happen
That could start.
soon. It's
And we're
ju-
very confident of that.
the delay right now is just simply, do we get the grant or not?
And we don't know if we can go forward with it without the grant and get reimbursed if a grant comes.
We most likely won't be able to be reimbursed.
Right.
Like in the past, probably not.
Doesn't pay to be an innovator.
Okay, so we've got next meeting. We'll be entertaining a motion and vote on closing, a motion on demoing, committing funds to demo, and then a motion on committing funds to seismic review if we don't get the grant.
Tier 2.
It's tier 2 seismic review. Okay, let's go to the operating costs one then. I think that would be another potential motion, is that we would commit the operating costs savings from closing the school to the 3 receiving schools for the first year, and then potentially subsequent years to the whole West Jordan feeder system.
Appropriate for this area.
See, and I'm against long-term setting up a structure for one feeder and not others. I'm okay with initial funds, but if the superintendent feels there's a need in South Jordan or the West Jordan area, why couldn't he use those operating costs to go to those areas also? So I'm against a long-term commitment, but I am in favor of a short-term transitional.
And I feel the same way. I like the idea of it going to the receiving schools that first year and then expanding to other schools. But I think that we should have a sunset date for that, or just specify the number of years that we will for sure do that, and then we'll reevaluate.
The only thing that concerns me is that with the sunset date is just what happened with the secondary schools in West Jordan. That sunset date was difficult, and they still had the need for what they were given.
Just for those of you that don't know what she's talking about, a few years back, we did specify money to the West Jordan feeder system for 4 years.
$5
the
million
secondary-
for 4 years. But that was never meant to be ongoing funds. That was meant to be a one-time infusion. And then we felt that we couldn't fit it in the budget to justify it, so we pulled back on it. But
It is hard for the schools when you give them money to stop
and
giving them
then
money.
stop it. But they knew it up front.
I just want to go on record that for a second time, I actually do agree with Daryl, and we joke. He and
I think
agree.
there's actually three, but he didn't admit to
and
the
I-
second one.
And we're joking, but he and I agree on a lot of things, a lot more than we disagree.
Actually, most everything.
Yeah. But I would. I am fully supportive of a first year transition that has been spoken of. I can wholeheartedly support that. I would just highly advise that we be very, very leery as a board of creating legacy dollars that somehow, because of something in the past, are specifically earmarked for an area. That's not how an evolving district appropriately deals with the changes that happen. I mean, if you take that out to its absurdity, we would just really get ourselves into some significant issues there. And so I would I would not be able to support anything that created legacy dollars in an area. And so I would be all for 1 year. And as if they don't need it in that first year, those specific dollars that they were allocated that year, they can use in future. But at that point, I would want to see those dollars just incorporated back into the general budget.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. But let me ask, so if we say the operating cost savings for 1 year, it would be a set dollar amount that you'd split up between 3 schools, right?
If you wanted to restrict it that way, because the needs of 3 schools may not be equal.
They'd be very unique.
So we could just say $1 amount,
To
superintendent.
the superintendent for
you-
flexibility, yes.
Okay.
How do you do that if you're allowing rollover from year to year?
It's a pot of funds that the entire pot rolls over, and then needs are reassessed each year for what's needed.
So if one school snatches it up the first year and another school says, you know, I think we're going to want that next year, there's a potential they could get less.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think you'd have administrators of schools, the teaching and learning department, facilities, the entire superintendent's cabinet involved in how that is, how those needs are assessed and how we can help them. Because there are, another benefit of that is there are funds within the district that if we become aware of needs, we can direct resources to those needs that maybe we wouldn't have known of otherwise. But yeah, the needs are going to be different at different schools for different years. It's not going to be a one size fits all.
So do we could also say, let's take 2 years of operating cost savings and put them in that pot. If we wanted to be more money.
We could
Yes.
tonight.
Well, next week or 2 weeks.
But this is the 23-24 budget we're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
So all we can do is tell staff to make a recommendation to the board at the time regarding the 23-24 budget.
I really appreciate that comment, because the budget, we haven't begun analyzing that for next year, putting proposals or things for next year's budget down. So if the board does recommend amount, that would be the first item on the list that's already there. And to the prior comments, I suppose this board could recommend one thing, and then the board in January could do something different as it goes through that budget cycle.
Well, so do we know, I guess what I'm trying to get at is we're talking about giving superintendent a pot of money to distribute to the receiving schools. Do we know how much is in that pot? Like what the cost savings is this year, or the first year that it's closed? Are we giving him a specified amount of money, or are we just saying whatever those operating costs were?
So the average operating costs of an elementary school in Jordan School District, outside of those funds that are student determined, if you will, like a teacher staffing ratio, is $1.5 million. That would include custodial, utilities, annual maintenance, snow removal, librarians, all of those type of costs. That is an average. So how much of that to set aside is a question. I believe Ms. Atwood was familiar very well with that, so I think that was her intent in making that statement, was the full $1.5 million. I know the committee talked about variations of that and talked about half of that. But
So if we did it for multiple years, if we do the operating cost savings for the next 3 years, the next 5 years, then it would be that amount of money every year
yes,
going into this feeder.
yeah.
But you're potentially promising the community something that a future board won't grant.
All you're doing is saying, could you please propose to the board at the time that that be the budget that they approve in June?
Yeah.
They're the ones that will approve the budget.
So maybe we don't touch that last one until we come at budget time.
We did the West Jordan feeder system grant. I mean, we committed to 4 years. And
No, we allocated a dollar amount
allocated
at
a s-
that meeting.
which came from our general reserve and was specifically allocated. There is this many dollars to be used within a 4-year time period. That was the declaration, and that came from excess reserves because of the fact that we were in such a high reserve position at that time. So it was specific dollars. I mean, if they had a plan to use it all in that first year, they very easily could have.
So to clarify, the board's been using the word commit, and and the word commit in an accounting world means something different than set aside or reserve or allocate.
If it makes you feel better, he doesn't let me use the word audit either.
Yeah, never use that.
I don't get
List
to
of
use
words
that
are
word
off
ever.
limits.
So
What other word we should be using?
Commit.
that
So
aside,
I'd like to, I just need clarification from the board on what may be the intent here. If you do formally commit funds, that means that we are taking money out of our reserves and placing it on the statement, the face of our financial statements, separate from anything else we do,
Right.
that indicates no one can touch this money except for, or alter the purposes of this money except for the board.
It's
At which-
designated, right?
At which time you would have to uncommit it. So if that's not the intent, and that's a perfectly fine intention. I just wanted to make that clear what commitment means in my world, or if you just want to set it aside.
That's what I'm asking. What are we deciding?
Right.
What is this board
Yeah.
deciding?
yeah.
When are we deciding it?
Okay,
Make that decision on the 29th?
right. Do we want a decision next month whether or not to set aside the operational cost savings to be used for the receiving schools? How would you word it, Mr. Larson?
Commit.
It's, yeah, if you want it on the face of the financial statements, the word has to be commit.
Okay.
But if you don't want that, then you could say set aside some funds for it, in which case we would then, if you remember the levels on the fund balance, we would then assign those funds for that purpose.
So I would be okay to commit $1.5 million to the upstart of these 3 schools and whatever needs that they need, and the transition cost of this school. I think that's a fair thing to say.
Okay, and is that something we're prepared to vote on next week? Sorry, next meeting.
I think that is related to closing of the school. However, just to note, I mean, these schools are going to receive extra funding because they're going to have extra kids, so they're going to get the WPU. You know, I do know that these schools had a big hit with Title I money this last year. And that's where I would love to have the legacy fund, is where the superintendent can say, yeah, the funding didn't come for this. Here is this extra money we have set aside. We can help. But to commit it to one school or one feeder system, I think would be unfair, because there's other schools in our district that are Title I that are not in this area that could perhaps have used the money too.
So we could have a motion to commit the operating cost savings for the first year of the receiving schools, and then also a potential motion to extend that for future years, either indefinitely or a set number, to schools in the West Jordan feeder system. Okay.
You can have any motion you want.
That's right. But those are the ones to prepare for.
Whether
And
that
then-
passes will depend on 4 votes.
And then the last one is, then do we want to specify a dollar amount for capital improvements? And is that, I mean, the options that have been presented to us is, do we set aside a percentage of summer project budget or a dollar amount of summer project budget? Or do we set aside just money out of reserves, not having anything to do with summer project budget? And are we ready to, do we want more information on that, or is that something you're ready to take a vote on in 2 weeks?
I'm not. I mean, I think I need to see the phases. I think we have some work to do. I am okay to say I'm willing to commit money there. I'm just not willing to vote on a number 100% until I see a plan.
That's kind of a chicken and egg for
Yeah.
me. I feel like, I mean, you can put together a plan for anything in the world, you know. When I go to build a house or remodel a house, I have a budget first, and then I figure out what fits in the budget. If I were to just put together what I wanted,
But that's
I would
okay to
guarantee blow the
have.
budget.
But that's okay to have that plan and not know exactly how you're going to finance it. I think it's okay to say, okay, here's what it's going to cost to rebuild West Jordan High School, whether or not we commit that out of ongoing funds like we did Bingham, or out of capital, or out of a future bond. I don't think we need to make that decision, but we need to know what the phases of that school is. What are the other phases of that area, and which ones are the highest priority before we can commit to a certain dollar number. I mean, we can make some general guesses, and
Well, and we've got what facilities committee brought is,
they didn't bring us an order.
but we have the recommendations and a dollar amount.
We have the high school. That's the missing piece for me.
Where to go with this one? Does anyone have a recommendation on what the next step would be? Does anyone want to vote on it at our next meeting? Or do you want more information first?
I want to vote on it. I just don't think we have enough information.
I don't think we can provide that information in 2 weeks.
I want it done right, so I'm not even sure you can provide it this year.
I want the public to know that there's that commitment, but I don't know how to verbalize that in dollar amounts, because I really think it's important for us to identify the needs and then showing the wants. And that comes along with what Daryl is saying in phases and what schools and what's most important. But I want the community to know the commitment. I'm not sure how to express the desire for the commitment without having an exact dollar.
So, I appreciate what you're saying there. I just want to return back to what Ms. Miller was saying, where I feel like we have great staff who are able to give us a pretty close estimate. So we know we're within striking distance of what we need. And to say that it's going to take us more than a year to give us a ballpark is hard for me to swallow. That I would like the children who are being affected to be the same children who are being benefited.
Absolutely.
And when I look at our consolidation or closure policy, I see that we are going to give consideration to specific items. That doesn't mean we have to do it, but we have to at least consider it. And yeah, I would like to see us push ourselves a little more than saying, yeah, we'll get around to it in a year.
Meaning what? What's your proposal?
I think that
If you were to make a motion, what motion would you make?
I wouldn't be ready to make a motion yet, but I would be ready to assign facilities committee within a specific timeline to work with our facilities staff to come up with a list of needed repairs or renovations at West Jordan High School, similar to what we already have for the elementary schools.
So why aren't you ready to make that right now?
Oh, I'm ready to make that assignment to facilities committee. I'm just saying I'm not ready to say, here's the amount of money that I want to assign. I'm just saying we can do better than saying, we can't really make a commitment for a year.
So make that motion.
Make a motion right now to make an assignment. Do we need a motion to assign a committee to do?
If you make it, we can vote on it.
So I guess I would motion that the facilities committee work with staff to gather a list of needed renovations or repairs for West Jordan High School, as well as estimates for completion of those repairs.
I second that.
Is that just the high school, or is that all the whole feeder system?
Well, they've already brought.
No, they have that, but
already brought
are we just going to do the high
elementaries.
school and then, or are they going to also come back with a plan of this is our highest need, this is our second need?
But that also wasn't for the whole feeder system, for all the elementaries. It was specific elementaries.
Well, the way our policy reads, it says it's specifically talking about receiving schools.
Okay.
So I'm just throwing in West Jordan High School because I hear interest in that among the board.
And I'm interested in a whole East-West Jordan long-term plan. Receiving schools are great, but the moment we start putting money into those receiving schools, we've just taken off the table the rebuilding of West Jordan Elementary. Because I could never vote to rebuild a school if you're going to invest large number of dollars into those receiving schools.
So amend the
Thought we
motion.
took that off the table last meeting.
Well, no, we've said that future board could still design to.
Well, we can never assign a future board to do
So,
something.
so I think what's going to happen is when we get the seismic tier 2 study done, that's going to tell us whether or not, though, that's going to dictate a lot of our future plans.
I think we have a motion on the table, so perhaps we ought to vote on that.
Well, don't you discuss
Having
first?
discussion.
Well, it really is straying from what the motion is, I think, but.
Oh, I thought I should be able to voice my
Amend-
feelings on the
Amend the motion.
So the motion on the table is to have facilities committees and staff bring back recommendations for phases for West Jordan High School.
So I'm in the motion to say that they'll bring back a long-term plan for the East-West Jordan area.
By long-term plan, do you mean what projects need to be done and
And the order.
Priority.
priority and some cost estimates.
Mm-hmm.
I second the amendment.
Thank you. That means Bryce and I agreed with something tonight.
Okay, so discussion to that motion. So the motion is Facilities Committee and staff work together to bring back a plan for the whole East-West Jordan area.
I just speak to that because there's some schools that are not receiving kids that have maybe bigger needs than the receiving schools. That's why I would like a larger study. I want to help this area, and that's going to help us a lot because we are spending a large number of our summer capital funds in this area. And by our commitment to make these schools great again, then we'll help ourselves by taking those needs off the table.
So, can we discuss that amendment? Are we there yet, or do we need to vote on the amendment?
No, we're discussing.
I have a concern, and that is you're going to throw a lot of cogs into this conversation. A lot of how do I say this? I just feel like there are a different set of considerations outside of how can we keep these schools beautiful, functional, and safe when you talk about a long-term plan for the entire area.
But asking facilities to come up with a plan for every school in West Jordan doesn't alter that. What the board decides to do with those plans is up to that moment. But asking facilities to say, could you have a long-term plan for every school? Sure. I don't see the negative in asking facilities to say, let's have a long-term plan.
But I think that there is some strategic consideration that needs to be put into play when you talk about presenting a long-term plan for every school. When is the timeline? When do you present that?
But isn't that a discussion that facilities should have first?
Absolutely. I just
that's
don't
all
know
we're-
that we need to bring it into the same conversation with how much money should we fund to reinvest in the West Jordan area.
You can vote no on his amendment.
Explain that last comment. I didn't understand that.
I feel like I'm going to make the public really, really worried. I'm just throwing out a hypothetical situation. I am not presenting another school closure, but what if there's another school closure conversation? Will that muddy this conversation?
Yeah, I don't. It would, and that's why we can't really decide until we have the seismic 2 studies done to really know, like, the structural, integrity of the buildings. I mean, I don't want to invest any dollars into these schools until I know the structure is strong, and that study could dictate what we do in the future. But at the same time, we could start putting together a long-term picture and say, look, we're committed in making these schools 21st century learning environment, that when you walk into these schools, you won't know that they're so much different than others. And we do a really good job. Like when I walk into Majestic the other day, it's really nice, and it wouldn't take a lot to spruce it up, but I don't know.
So Nikki, I just want to explain to you that I don't want to see a delay. In my mind's eye, I would love to see conversations about a 5-year plan over the next few months, and really by the time we're evaluating summer projects for the next summer is to be able to say these projects should be done in the next summer. Because in my opinion, and I don't know if anybody else has the same opinion, I don't think we can add anything else to the summer projects list for this next summer, for 2023.
So if
Madam
we-
President, I'd like to call the question.
In order.
Okay, so
Yeah.
right now there was an original motion to just have Facilities Committee bring back West Jordan High School phasing of what needs to be done there. We're voting right now on whether or not to amend that to add all of the West Jordan feeder system, a plan and phasing and cost estimates. Let's see, I think I need to vote whether or not to call the question. So all in favor of calling the question, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed to that? Okay. All in favor of the amendment of amending the original motion. So we're not voting on the whole motion yet. We're just voting on whether or not to add the whole West Jordan feeder system to what the facilities committee is going to
Bring
bring back.
back.
All in,
Is there a timeline for that?
We're done.
no, let's vote on this and then I agree we have to pull that in. All in favor of adding the whole West Jordan feeder system to this, say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so now we have a motion on the table to direct facilities committee to bring back a plan on projects and phases for the whole West Jordan feeder system. So now let's go back to discussion to that motion. And would you like to add a timeline to that? December meeting 1 month? January, February, April, May, June?
It will take the next facilities committee to complete that task.
I don't know about putting a timetable to it. I want it done right. So I'd be opposed to a timetable. I would hope that we would do it as quickly as possible, but as thorough as possible. And we may not be able to bring it back in one package. You'd almost need to wait till the seismic studies are complete before you can bring back the whole package. But it would be nice to start working on it.
So what you're saying is no specified time frame, but we're looking at many months out because we can't really bring back a whole plan for the area until the seismic study's done. Okay, how does everyone feel about
An
that?
initial presentation in June of next year. And that's not to say it has to be complete.
I'm against the time.
So
So right now, the motion doesn't have a time frame. So if you want to add a time frame, we'll entertain an amendment to that motion.
So my original motion did not include phasing, and I'm wondering if that is an absolute necessity at this point. I think in my mind, it would make sense to say, here are the items. Let's discuss that while the seismic testing is being done, and then put phasing and timelines in place later. So it would be similar to what we already have. We have a list of suggested improvements for the elementary schools in the area. We have an estimated cost for each of those schools' improvements, but we won't start acting on it until we start with the seismic testing and then move forward. Could we have a list similar to that?
I only need the phasing when we commit the money. When we start to commit the money, I would like to know what order we're going to do that in. So if you want to bring back other things and say, here's this project, here's this project, as we go through that, I'm all for that.
As the current chair of facilities, I would assume that that would be part of this motion. That would be part of this assignment, is that there would be an understanding that at some point there would be a discussion on phasing. That it wouldn't, that these aren't independent studies, that they are interrelated.
So
And
you
that
would finish
facilities
the
com-
independent studies that you've already started in some schools, but you would extend it to the whole feeder
And
system.
facilities would know how to merge them together.
And then they would begin to, yeah.
So if
If we want to vote on phasing, ultimate phasing, sure. But what I'm saying is, I would rather not wait a year. I think we could start now and get a pretty good list going way before June of
I agree.
2023.
I'm not saying wait until June. I'm saying start the work.
Yeah, that's
And
what I'm saying
yeah,
too.
no,
We're on
yeah.
the same page.
Yeah, I'm not saying no.
We would want an idea by, because June is when we start working on the next year's summer, right? So by that point, we would want to know what phase one is. and whether or not we're committed to jump into that.
John.
Just a reminder, when we looked at similar things with Bingham, we engaged the architects to help us in that process so that they could come in and see what the structure was like and how it could be renovated to be a more modern 21st century learning. So having the architects do that, is that something encapsulated with this, or is that a pause until facilities talks about it? And that's just a bit of a time frame there as well for the architects to look at that. I'm just wondering, is that something we should be jumping on as far as with architects? Hey, could you help us with this and start evaluating these, or is that
It's already
wait?
been started.
Okay.
Well, the way I see this process working, the facilities committee is going to transition very soon here. So I would see, and let me know if I need to add this to an amendment or not, that staff starts working on this plan and exploring options to bring to the facilities committee.
There's just going to be, there will be some costs involved with the architects on that. I don't recall the cost for Bingham for that analysis, but so the board's aware of that.
And John, just a question, will the architects need that seismic evaluation to proceed?
I wouldn't think so. They didn't with Bingham, at least. They jumped in and just made recommendations on what improvements could be made.
Yep, they did a great job too.
So I'll amend the motion that we have superintendent and his staff start working on a plan and phasing and gathering information to present to facilities committee.
I'll second that.
Is there discussion to that amendment?
Is there a point that we need to have a discussion about, I don't want to open a can of worms, but to tear down West Jordan High and rebuild? We're a district that's committed in renovating rather than rebuild, but does that question ever have to be answered, or are we sold that what we did was to Bingham was fiscally responsible and also addressed the needs of that school long term? I just bring that up as a question.
That's assumed in the analysis because there's a formula. As soon as your renovations are this percentage, it's just cheaper to do this. There's a formula involved. Our staff knows exactly what that formula is, and they can tell us exactly at this point you're better off demoing and rebuilding.
I'm just not sure every district is using that formula. So I'm committed to follow that formula and renovate first and rebuild if needed. Didn't know if we have that.
That would be part of the analysis of West Jordan.
Okay, all in favor of the amendment to have staff start working on it, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed to that? Okay, so our current motion is that we want a plan for the West Jordan feeder system for renovating schools, including phases and some cost estimates. Staff will start working on that, bring options to facilities committee, who will bring it back to the board with no specified time frame. If I got it? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Superintendent, is that clear as mud?
Were you able to
You
follow?
have everything you need.
If you need to, you can go back and replay this conversation.
No, nobody
I'm
wants to
sitting
hear
On
this
one of those
conversation
nights that you
again.
can't sleep.
I would just like to restate board member by board member what the, no,
Just remember that Matt and I agreed once.
your summary was very effective, and I think we've also caught the intent of, through this discussion, I think we've caught the intent of what you're asking for, and we can we can bring you some really good information, bring some good information to the facilities committee that can then come to the board. So,
And just for the record, Tracy's been taking good notes over in the corner.
She does good.
Excellent.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, November 29th will be a big meeting. Does anyone need a break? Are we okay going on to the next agenda item?
Can I
Let's-
clarify one question before we end? Do we need a specific vote on the closure, or are we voting to approve the boundary change? Is it assumed if we approve boundary F that the school is closing and all we need to do is approve the boundary change? Or do we need a specific vote that says we are going to close West Jordan Elementary
Probably
School?
says that in law somewhere.
You should specify that it's a school closure as well.
Thank
So
you.
a separate vote on the closure
Or can it just be
can
in?
be part of the same vote.
You could make it the same, just be
Okay.
clear that it's,
So I move that we approve boundary F, or proposal F, and close West Jordan Elementary School.
that would be sufficient.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, let's
Can I
go
get
on.
I'm sorry. We talked about the transition money, 1.5 million possibly distributed for transition purposes. Just what are some examples of how that money would be used? What are some costs that elementary schools would have that would require transition money?
If they can't quite staff a class because it's like half a class, we could staff the full class, put a teacher to staff that full class, rather than worrying about does it fill a classroom. That
Like,
would be one
The schools are
example.
going to get additional FTE because they're getting additional students. But sometimes it works out that like your fourth grade might all have 30 kids and your second grade might all be under. Sometimes it just works out numbers wise. And so if there's additional money there to allocate FTE to make sure all the class sizes stay low, that would be one possible use of it.
Also at Majestic, there you have a lot of things like band equipment, pianos, some of those things, and they're configured on a smaller group of kids, and now all of a sudden they're going to have more. They may have to purchase some of those kinds of things.
Or additional, supplies in their office or workroom or whatever to compensate for additional students.
We'll be able to take their existing stuff and distribute it out, so
Yeah.
that might reduce the need of having some of that. But
I don't know, Dr. Godfrey, any other
I think that's
thing
a
that we're
good.
missing?
I think that's a good description. And each school will have unique needs in trying to assess where students are and assess their needs. So I think anytime the size of a school changes, where we're trying to keep those class sizes low, it'll help us make sure that the experience is a smooth transition by just being able to hire some additional staff. It'll be staffing and equipment mostly.
Okay, our next policy is AA 402, advancement, promotion, and graduation of students, and AA 419, student conduct and dress. And this discussion is specifically around graduation dress and attire. Mr. Sorensen, welcome.
Thank you. I added a presentation as well as you have the policies in board docs, so hopefully we're getting where we can see that. So yeah, just a review we've been asked to kind of look at, and I'm going to just share a timeline as we go over this. As you'll recall, back in March, when House Bill 30 passed, it kind of created a little bit of discussion on things that were conflicting in our own policy. But it was passed and put into effect that the tribal regalia could be worn at graduation ceremonies. So back in May, we met with a variety of groups, superintendent and I and others, requesting for an exception to policy be made, and in preparation for the 2022 graduation ceremonies, the Board of Education also discussed and made that temporary exemption for that to take place. Following the school year, we met with principals to debrief kind of graduation ceremonies as a whole. We then re-met with each of you here at a board meeting in July to discuss the policy regarding graduation ceremonies, where it was asked of us to come back with some proposals that would kind of take into account what was discussed and put in there. So we had created and met as a committee to kind of go over these policies and identify the proposed changes. In addition to that, following our committee discussion and meeting, we took those recommendations to our school principals who met and discussed and supported those recommendations along the way. And then we had asked our principals to take those same conversations to their school community councils and members of PTA, where they have done that and received positive feedback from each of those groups. And then ultimately it brought us to where we are today. So we would like to share with you the two proposed changes. The first one that would impact policy AA 419. I didn't in the presentation identify or put in the whole policy, but you can, I think it's good to just see exactly from this, but if you want to look more closely at the versions that are in board docs, you can do that. But ultimately changing policy A419 under the D portion of graduation, as you can see down there, there was some line outs of a few things, but the biggest addition was simply that graduates will be allowed to wear recognized items of religious and cultural significance in a dignified manner. That followed along the lines of what the exception was that was created back when we discussed that as well. And as we discussed and talked about that, we felt like ceremonies went really well. Everybody felt like students, families were respectful. Nothing that was, out of line. And really, I think all of our schools were very excited about the way that things went back in June of 2022. So then the only other change that would have to happen would be under number 5 and just crossing out the word only and just making it clear from there. So those are the proposed changes for policy AA 419. And then, as you know, in addition, policy AA 402 talks about graduation. And as it was discussed, we felt like dress and grooming was some language that we wanted to take out and replace with the word attire, and then redirect everything back to policy AA 419 so that it was in the same location where people could get that, and it cleaned up some of the language in this and just redirected it back to 4119. So those are the proposals, and that's the discussion that we have had. And any questions or discussion that you would like to ask?
I'm pleased with the changes. Thank you.
And I appreciate that all the high school principals were involved in this.
Do you foresee any broad interpretations of religious and cultural?
Yeah, we do. I think they kind of dealt with those in this last ceremony as well. But I think the biggest thing they look for is disruption. So as long as they feel that things are respectful, and and policy AA 419 still allows, it's still a dress code, policy that exists there, that they still have some teeth to that schools can deal with. But yeah, there is interpretation, and I can't define whose culture allows for different lays, as we talked about in our previous discussion. So I think as long as they're respectful, it'll be good.
The thing that's really exciting about this is just to know that this follow through is happening without news broadcasts and crowds of people, but that the commitment of our schools to follow through and make this something permanent really should be celebrated. And so I appreciate your hard work. I appreciate you gathering all the input, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
So board members, will you be ready to vote on this at our November 29th meeting, our next meeting? Okay.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's do policy DP 367, district records management.
Yay!
Here we go.
Been waiting all night.
Moment we've all been waiting for.
Welcome, Mr. Hamlin, Mr. Olson to the
Should
table.
have played some. We should have played some walk-up music for Travis and Caleb. But no. But before we get started, I just want to emphasize the role that Travis, Caleb, and Paul have played in implementing this and revising this. Really, it's come as a result of just needing some clarification when we receive records requests, of which there's been a significant uptick. And the three things that are accomplished by these revisions are: one, it clarifies the roles of those that are involved, mainly the chief administrative officer, who is our superintendent, that ultimately oversees the records requests, as well as the records officer, played by, not a cameo appearance, but actually played by Mr. Olson.
He plays a lot of different roles.
He wears many hats. He can show you a few of them sometime. Secondly, it updates and clarifies the processes that we use for records requests in order to align with state law. And the two laws that it really aligns to are the Government Records and Access and Management Act, GRAMA, and the federal law, FERPA. And then finally, it updates and clarifies the appeals process, who's involved, and it really links it to state law. So it looks like there's a lot of red ink splashed on this, but it aligns it with state law so that if state law changes, it's dynamic, and the policy doesn't necessarily need to change because it's linked to the state law, if that makes sense. And we're open to any questions on the specifics of that.
You didn't wait this long not to have a question, so I'll throw.
Well, I understand the precedent now with the board is that if you wait the longest, you get to go first next time. So I appreciate you establishing.
Oh, no, that was not precedent. Not for you.
That will be our next policy revision.
So, workload-wise, do the changes to this policy, what is the impact to you and the department?
That's a great question. Grammar requests have increased quite a bit in the past year or two. When I first started working with Sandy and Doug in communications, a heavy week of grammar requests was maybe one. We had some weeks in October where we had a dozen or so requests that came in, so they are picking up significantly. This actually will make it easier on our end. One of the changes being proposed in item H says that record requests need to be submitted via the Utah Open Records portal. We are allowed in GRAMA to specify how people submit their requests. Up to this point, we have just accepted requests as they've come in. It makes it difficult to keep accurate tabs on things, to monitor the deadlines. So that change will make things much easier for myself in communications and processing these requests.
And forgive me, I've not read through all of this bleeding, but remind me of the timeline for you to be able to respond.
So we have 10 days.
That's what I thought.
Typically, they can ask for
That hasn't changed?
No, none of that changes because that's all spelled out in law. An expedited request has 5 days, but they need to explain why the request needs expediting. And that 10 days is typically, and Mr. Van Komen will correct me if I'm wrong, we don't necessarily have to provide the record in that time. We need to respond in that time. There are some circumstances where the requester needs to be given an estimate for costs, or where the record may be in use, or other circumstances that may prolong that. But
Sometimes the request is so
we do
vast
get large
that it
requests.
And those are 10 working days, so that if they requested right before, they say the spring break or winter break, the clock would tick on the working side of us, our days.
Does the requester pay the costs?
So state law says that we don't charge for the first 15 minutes, but in this policy, in fact, we are directed to charge the actual cost for requests in excess of 15 minutes, and that's cost for the actual time of the employee who does the processing of the request.
And you just send them a bill?
We typically ask for prepayment if it's significant. I believe the policy says over $50. We ask for a prepayment of that.
If I may interject, those listening may think that we are intent on restricting grammar requests. In fact, we just want to provide a level of clarity that will allow those making a request to know what to expect and when to expect it, and to know what they may be charged and when they would find out. So we just want to make sure we're aligning with state law, but we work hard to be transparent and provide information that has been requested in a timely way and in a way that's appropriate and aligned with the law.
What kinds of records do people ask for, and who asks for them?
That is a great question. We get all sorts of requests. Recently, some of the ones that stick out, quite frequently we have requests for email communications between different individuals in the district. We will have individuals who participated in the bid process who request score sheets or other documents associated with that bid process to understand why the decision of the bid committee went the way it was. We had a request last school year. Someone made a grammar request for all of the grammar requests that were made. That one was fun. But really just anything.
Security video footage sometimes.
We get a lot now for, fender benders in parking lots where people are hoping that a camera was able to catch some portion of that. That comes up quite a bit as well.
What percentage of requests are traditional media requests?
That is a good question. I think a lot of our media representatives enjoy a wonderful working relationship with Sandy Riesgraf and Doug Flagler. So they're able to facilitate a lot of their questions about the district and help them to get access to information. A lot of the times the grammar requests from media will come for things that are maybe a little less easy to understand or less clear. We had one recently asking for job openings in a specific field in the district, one that maybe is a figure that wouldn't be known by someone off the top of their head. But I know Sandy and Doug do quite a bit of legwork with our media to make sure that when they have questions and concerns, they're responded to in a timely way and as best we can. But there are times where they have to go through the grammar process. It's a much smaller percentage than from patrons, though.
There are times when a denial is the result of our not having the record that they've requested. The requester may say, well, but I want that information. And our response may be, a grammar request doesn't mean that we have to generate a report or create a document. It's access to existing documents as opposed to a request for research or compilation of information that we already have. So that is something that's a source of confusion sometimes for patrons who make a grammar request and would like us to create something that doesn't exist.
Bless your soul.
I feel like you need a better title in this policy. With a little more power.
No.
His Majesty Caleb Olson.
No.
I will forever
like that.
now refer to.
No, thank you.
There's another hat we can place
I have
on
enough hats.
Hey, is everyone comfortable voting on the changes to this at our November 29th meeting? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate all your work on this and all of your work and our communications department's work on filling grandma requests.
Thank you.
It's a big job. Okay, now we will take a 10-minute break before going on to our next agenda item.
Yes.
Are we on? Is the recording on? The recording is on.
Because they'd say if we're gonna point to it, we have to listen.
Our next agenda item is discussion on D200 philosophy of instruction. I think this is our most discussed policy ever.
One other that has,
Oh, there may have been another, who knows?
It's good. We have our subcommittee has a commitment to discussing this as long as we need to and getting it right. So we met again and discussed the suggestion that was given that we put something in there about not degrading or undermining a parent-child relationship. And we discussed potential wording for that and couldn't come up with anything that we felt worked. And we also feel like that what's already in the policy meets the need there. D2 talks about education being a shared responsibility. Students, parents, teachers, school administrators, and other staff as necessary shall work cooperatively for the good of each student. And if a parent felt like the teacher was doing something to degrade that relationship, well, that's not working cooperatively for the good of each student. So I think the policy fits that need. So the committee is not recommending any additional changes. Do I have any suggestions or feedback from other board members on that?
Thank you for reconvening.
You're welcome. All right, we will put this back on the agenda then for November 29th for a vote. Thank you. Just finding my spot. Our next item is plan for new board member orientation. We passed an update to our appendix at our last meeting that talked about the different things that we want to orient our board members on and what that process will look like. And just as a review, there is a part of it, there's a list of things that new board members need to know that the executive committee will consult with the board on and then plan that training. And then there's also a list of things that superintendent will provide training on. So executive committee is recommending that the three of us meet with the two new board members the week of December 12th and spend 2 hours and go over the items on our portion of the list. Are board members okay if the three executive committee members move forward with that?
I am okay with that. I just have a question. So when I joined the board, I remember being invited to attend all of the committees. I just want to know if we should be trying to arrange them.
Yes, I've got that.
So chairs.
Got that on the list.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
Carry on.
So that'll be the very next question. So the first question is everyone okay if executive committee covers those items? All right. The date, if this works for both of you, we sent out a doodle poll, but we do it Monday, December 12th from 1 to 3. Does that still work? Yeah, we can, actually the 12th I think was free for almost everybody. So we could adjust the time. Okay, let's plan on the 12th, but if we need to change that, let's talk and communicate on that.
Say 1 to 3 on that one.
Uh-huh. And that'll be here in this room. And then part of that is, as Ms. Georgia said, inviting the new board members to your committee meetings. So if you are a committee chair and you have a meeting between now and January 10th, will you reach out to the new board members and invite them to that meeting?
I am the chair of the Facilities Committee, which consists of myself, Matt, and Nikki. and we handle buildings, anything with the physical buildings themselves. So watch for that invitation, but we are the facilities committee.
We actually need contact information. How can we get that? Put it out in board meeting.
Yeah, don't
I'll
do it
s-
over this.
I'll send
no.
it to you. I've got their emails
Might as
and
well, they're gonna get out there.
I'll get everyone their email addresses.
Well, part of A10 is that very thing. We have the responsibility to provide roster of board members, including contact information. That's both to the existing board and to the new board.
Okay, so facilities, finance, government relations are the main ones we've got going right now. And then superintendent will reach out to schedule his portion of orientation. Or Roxanne Sigurd's probably who you will hear from. Okay, any questions on new board member orientation? We're excited. This will be great. And then the other, I guess, orientation piece, not related to what we do as a board, that USBA also does theirs on December 3rd. And Nikki, are you planning to go to that too? Yeah. Okay. Roxanne will get you registered for that. She'll just reach out to get confirmation of whether or not you'll be there for it and then get you registered. Any other questions on orientation? Okay. Next is board and superintendent reports and comments. Do we have any committee reports? Okay, any other reports from board members? I'll just give I've already been over these, but just as a reminder, if you're working on the Master Board Award for USBA, that's due December 1st, or you need to be finished by December 1st. And you don't have to actually submit anything, you just have to finish the requirements, and it's in the system, and they know you've done. They know that you're done with that. And then be watching for an email from Roxanne on the USBA conference and the NSBA conference, whether or not you're planning to go. She'll get us registered for that. So the USBA conference is January 5th through 7th. It starts that Thursday evening, finishes about midday Saturday. That's here in Salt Lake. So we would register for the conference, but no overnight accommodations on that one. And then NSBA is April 1st through the 3rd in Florida. Any questions on those? All right, Superintendent, do you have any report or comment?
Nothing in particular. I know this is more for the general session, but I really enjoyed the Veterans Day celebrations. Schools did a great job.
Yeah, that's neat to see so many of our schools doing something for it.
Yeah, that was fun.
Tracy, do you
Yeah.
want to talk about Christmas for Kids at all?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, good idea. Jordan Education Foundation provides a Christmas for Kids program. If you're not familiar with it, our district identifies secondary students to come and do a shopping excursion, and they're looking for donations for that, and then also volunteers if you want to chaperone a student for that. And the date is December 10th. It's early in the morning. There's different shifts you can sign up for. But if you go to the Jordan Education Foundation website, there is information there about volunteering or providing donations for that. And it is an awesome experience. If you've never done it before, it's a really neat experience.
Add to that, if you speak a foreign language, it's very beneficial if you're able to sign up and help.
Okay, anything else? All right, that's the end of our session. So thank you all of those who have joined us and anyone who might still be online. I will now take a motion to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, and potential litigation.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session for character and competence of an individual, property, and potential litigation.
I'll second it.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? All right, we will adjourn and go into closed session